Supremacy Games. Chapter 951 to 975. Chapter 951, The Green Clan's Desperation. While Felix was grinding his lightning affinity, the four royal clans were just as hard working on the upcoming ceremony, especially the Green Clan. No other clan was taking this more seriously than them due to losing 5 cycles in a row against their rival Black Clan. In the case of the White Clan, no one expected them to win, and they were somewhat excused due to their attributed flame not helping them against dragons. As for the Red Clans, everyone knew that they merely participate in the ceremony to gather as much bloodline treasures as possible to enlarge their tiny royal gems and hopefully awaken a new type of attributed flame. The only ones without an excuse were the Green Clan, making them unable to accept being defeated by the Black Clan. At the moment, a meeting was being held inside the courtroom of the Green Royal Palace. Arantis and his teammates could be seen sitting together while facing the officials and the clan head. If we win this cycle, nothing else will matter before or after it. Clan head Azistirth said with a firm tone. He resembled Arantis greatly with his dark green scales, giant grey royal gem in his forehead, and authoritative cold dark slits. Everyone nodded their heads with serious expression. The previous cycles were led by heirs of the officials and elders, making them incomparable in importance to this one. So, they knew that if they won against Prince Domino, Princess Kotsus, and Princess Anastasia, their previous losses wouldn't be even mentioned anymore. With the addition of that arrogant human, we have some variables added in this cycle to take advantage of. Arantis mentioned coldly. Are we though? His teammate frowned. I have seen Prince Domino's interaction with the Dragon Slayer, they seem pretty close. Same, they might even band up against us if we managed to secure the ancestral wine jar. Trust me, those two arrogant pricks aren't friends at all. Arantis sneered, I have no doubt in mind that Domino will target that human in the ceremony. He doesn't show interest to anyone unless he is seeking to crush them. That's kinda true as well. When his teammates thought about Prince Domino's proud and rigid personality, they felt that it made more sense for him to see Felix as his prey instead of a friend. That's why I suggest we help out Prince Domino to find the human whereabouts in the dimensional pocket. Arantis snickered, whether he likes our help or not, he will trust our coordinates. No matter how the Green Clan desired to win the ceremony, there was no way they would lie publicly and embarrass themselves like that. So, if Arantis did indeed come in touch with Prince Domino and handed him the coordinates of Felix, he would trust that they were real. What if he recognizes our strategy? It's not about what if. Prince Arantis assured, Prince Domino will definitely see through our intentions, but he wouldn't care if he truly wanted to defeat that human. Arantis was betting on Prince Domino's personality to act up. As his proclaimed rival, he knew everything about him, making him understand that Prince Domino would never let go of his prey if it was in his sight. Even if my assumption is wrong, we have nothing to lose. Prince Arantis shrugged his shoulders, we will be searching for the ancestral wine jar to win the ceremony anyway, we just have to include that human into our search list. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. They had seen Felix's strength in the contest, making them know that he would give Prince Domino and his team a hard time. Let's say a fight did erupt between the White Clan and the Black Clan. Are we going to third-party it or take advantage of their conflict to seek the ancestral wine jar? Mani asked calmly. She was the second in command of the team due to her position within the clan and also her uncanny control over her soul-devouring flames. I don't know yet, both options have pros and cons. Arantis knitted his eyebrows and looked up at his father. Just as he wanted to ask him about his opinion on the matter, he shook his head at him. This made Arantis take a moment to think thoroughly about both options before coming out with his decision. We will keep searching for the ancestral wine jar. Arantis shared with a firm tone. Why so? Clan head Azistirth asked. It will give us a bad look if we ambushed any of the teams and ended up winning the ceremony. No one will recognize our win, and it will be for naught. Arantis clarified, on other hand, if we avoided their battle and kept on our search, we will have a better chance to find the ancestral wine jar and defend it against an already exhausted teams. Even if we didn't find it, one of our opponents would be removed and the other team would be missing a member or two at minimum. Good. Clan head Azistirth nodded in approval. The officials and his teammates were also satisfied with their general strategy. It might seem tacky for proud royal dragons to use such schemes, but the Green Clan was truly desperate for a win. If they didn't lose 5 times in a row, they wouldn't have even brought out this discussion and just went full ham on any team they meet. Alas, desperate times call for desperate measures. Days went by, then months. Before long, the day of the ceremony was merely around the corner. Sir Felix, we really have to get going if you want to make it in time. Cadence sighed in frustration as she watched Felix manipulate the lightning bolts around him akin to a snake charmer. His range had truly improved by a large margin as he was able to control even lightning bolts, which were around 100 meters away from him. It might not seem like a lot when compared to dragons and other monstrous elementalists, but this was Felix's first 8 months in training his external lighting manipulation. This was all because he entered a trance a couple of times, helping him advance like he had jet boosters on his back. Felix's talent might be trash, but his concentration was truly top-notch. At the moment, he was in a trance yet again, but it truly came at the worst possible moment. The ceremony was about to start in a week, while the distance between Thor's galaxy and Icarius' galaxy should take between 6 and 8 days depending on Candace's performance. Candace really feared not being able to deliver Felix in time, making him miss out on the entry to the dimensional pocket with his team. Felix! Get your ass up already! Asna scolded in annoyance after seeing that Candace kept getting ignored by him. Alas, even her voice wasn't able to break Felix from his trance. Just leave him be. Thor said, he is in a trance for more than 12 hours now. I doubt he will keep it up for a couple more. Honestly, Thor didn't want Felix to have his trance ruined as he would lose out a substantial improvement. It might be just for a few hours, but those hours would get him the same results as month of hard work if not more. Fine, but if he missed the ceremony, it's on you. Don't worry, it will be fine. Thor drank a mouthful of wine as he mewed, I think. Chapter 952 Pissing off everyone. Candace and Asna weren't the only ones trying to reach out to Felix. Anastasia and Selfa kept contacting him, but to no avail. How can he still be in a closed training while only a week left before the ceremony? Anastasia complained. She had been getting shit from her father for the past 2 weeks to get Felix back and join their last exercises at least. Alas, no matter how many times she reached out to him, Felix never responded. Don't worry, Felix isn't irresponsible. Selfa comforted her, he will be here in time. He better be. Anastasia massaged her temples. Minutes went by, then hours. Before long, half a day went by and Felix was still in a trance. Candace had already given up on trying to wake up Felix, letting Asna and Thor handle it. A couple of hours, hey. Asna gave Thor an annoyed glare. He will wake up soon, trust me. Thor coughed. Alas, Asna wasn't planning to fall for it again. Candace, pull Felix into the void realm to disconnect him. Asna ordered. On it. Without an ounce of hesitation, Candace opened a void rift behind Felix and pulled him inside. She wanted to do this hours ago, but she didn't want to get blamed by Felix for ruining his trance. As expected, it worked like a charm. The instant Felix lost connection with the lightning particles, he was forcefully ejected from his trance and returned to the real world. Why am I here? Just as Felix wanted to voice his displeasure, Asna cursed him in anger, you f***ing idiot, you are about to miss the ceremony if you don't move right now. Oh no. Felix felt his blood run cold at the thought of missing the ceremony. Forget about the ancestral scales, he would pay a heavy price for ditching the White Clan at the most crucial moment. It was written clearly on the contract. Without further ado, Felix returned to his spaceship and unlocked his inbox. When he saw the hundreds of missing messages and calls from the clan head, officials, and his teammates, he couldn't help but gulp a mouthful in fear. "Candace, how much time do we have? We are already late by a few hours." Candace answered. "*CK my life." Felix swiftly sent a message to Anastasia, informing her that he was on the road, and he might be late by a few minutes. Not waiting for her reply, knowing that she would cuss him out, Felix quickly beamed his spaceship and entered Candace's aircraft. "Go, go, go." Candace took off towards Icarius Galaxy at her fastest speed, wanting to prove her worth even more before Felix and the tenants. Candace had no issues with being their maid, but it didn't mean that she wanted to stay as the maid forever. Bit by bit, she hoped to increase her status in their tight cycle and turn into a valuable asset. The day of the ceremony, in the courtroom of the White Clan Palace. The atmosphere was stifled and gloomy as everyone had displeased expressions. "We have to get going soon." Clan head Kirsoon eyed his daughter and asked, "Did you reach out to him?" "No." Anastasia shook her head, "He must be still traveling through the Void Realm." "Well, we can't wait any longer for him. The other clans must have already arrived at the sacred grounds." Clan head Kirsoon stood up and ordered, "Get prepared, we will be departing in 5 minutes." "This is truly unacceptable." One of the officials gritted his teeth in anger, "We will be seen as a laughingstock if we arrived at the sacred grounds while missing a team member." Everyone else felt the same, which justified their frustration at Felix. "No, we will be seen as a laughingstock if we lost this cycle as well." Anastasia defended Felix, "He might arrive late, but it won't matter much if he helped us win the ceremony." Honestly, this was the only reason everyone was being too quiet about Felix's tardiness. If he didn't have the strength to back him up, he would have been replaced in the blink of an eye and punished for his misbehavior. Hehe, hopefully that arrogant retard won't make it. Forgo was the only one pleased by Felix's absence and hoped that he wouldn't make it. In his mind, if Felix got replaced, he would be given the second-in-command position again. This meant more bloodline treasures for him. As for winning the ceremony, he wouldn't care less about it. After a few hours of travel, the White Clan had finally arrived at the sacred grounds, appearing as glorious and elegant as ever. All the white dragons in the galaxy had to return to the capital planet and spectate the ceremony live to support their clan. This applied to the rest of the clans and red dragons. "You guys finally made it. Did something happen to delay your trip, or you were simply seeking a good entrance?" Clan head Azastirth smiled faintly as he conversed with clan head Kirsoon. "The Dragon's Lair is running a bit late." Clan head Kirsoon sighed while taking a seat next to the 3 clan heads. That's a bit unexpected." Red clan head Bemid raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Well, it doesn't matter, he said that he will be arriving shortly." Clan head Kirsoon tried to shut down the subject, not wanting to discuss it. "A human will remain a human, unreliable." Black clan head Igos shared with an indifferent expression, not bothering to even glance at his peers. "To put your team's results on such an unreliable human is truly a bold move I will never consider." Clan head Azastirth chuckled mockingly. Clan head Kirsoon ignored his remark and kept eyeing the attendance of this cycle. There were dragons as far as his eyes could see. The royal dragons were not mixing with each other as they were seated in 4 different segments around a supermassive white altar that was connected with the sky. As for the red dragons, they were either sitting on the ground or flying in the sky around the seating segments. Currently, the clan heads were seated on 4 throne chairs above everyone else, however, there was still a bigger and more magnificent chair right above their heads. The red dragons weren't allowed to fly past this chair because of a simple reason. It belonged to the one and only, the Elder Dragon. Most dragons here were more anticipated of seeing the Elder Dragon in his flesh than the teams duking it out. Who could blame them? The Elder Dragon never make an appearance unless it was in this ceremony or in a challenge for his spot as the #1 strongest player in the alliance. At the top of the altar, there was a humongous ring that was erected vertically, the dimensional pocket gate would manifest in the center of the ring and remain open for 7 days before closing for half a century again. It had always been like this for every cycle. There is still half an hour before the dimensional pocket to open. Stay tuned to watch the greatest ceremony to ever be hosted. A broadcaster spoke passionately as he commentated on the live stream of the ceremony to trillions of viewers. As it was expected, Felix's participation in the ceremony had drawn his entire fan base to watch him, and almost anyone interested in watching dragons receive a beatdown. So far, Felix hadn't disappointed them in that department. However, his absence didn't go unnoticed since all the teams had their members standing at the bottom of the altar. Everyone was there but him. This had risen some concerns from his fan base as they thought that Felix might have gotten replaced. I didn't pay 1,000 coins to not see my idol. They better be not have taken him out. They wouldn't dare, our lord is unreplaceable. Tisk, he must be trying to make an entrance, humans' love for attention knows no bounds. The chat streams around the universe were all discussing Felix's absence, even the dragons at the sacred grounds began wondering about it. Why hasn't Dragon Slayer arrived with you? Princess Kotsis asked Princess Anastasia in intrigue. Prince Domino and Prince Arantis perked their ears from the other side of the altar, wanting to know her response. He had some urgent matters to do. Anastasia replied calmly, he will be here in a few minutes. Urgent matters. That retard better not miss the entry. Arantis frowned with a peeved look. He knew that without Felix, their plan would be thrown into the dumpster, and they would be forced to compete against the Black Clan team on their own. Unbeknownst to him, even Prince Domino had gotten slightly pissed off at Felix. You better not ditch our fight twice. Otherwise, I will hunt you down to the end of the universe. He mewed with a frigid tone. Whoosh! Whoosh! Abruptly, everyone's attention was diverted from White Clan team to the sky after hearing loud noises of the wind. When they focused too deeply, they spotted a colossal silhouette being hidden above the clouds. It was so big, it cast a shadow on the entire sacred grounds. Roar roar roar! One by one, the dragons started to breathe fire and roar in reverence, resembling worshippers seeing their god for the first time. When the colossal silhouette emerged from the clouds, even the heirs and clan heads emitted the loudest dragon roar they could muster. The live viewers were left absolutely god-smacked by the magnificent sight of a colossal pitch-black dragon receiving the most respectful and formal greeting in the dragon's culture. The biggest dragon Felix ever met was 70 meters in height. This one was at least a few hundred kilometers big, making everyone appear as small as ants. Each time he flapped his wings, the wind generated was enough to force the dragons to hold for their dear lives. His penetrative eyes made it impossible for anyone to dare look at him directly, even the clan heads avoided his eyes, knowing that they would be forced to bow down to his authoritative pressure on their own. As for his royal purplish gem, it was 10 times bigger than the biggest dragon in the sacred grounds. He was simply a different breed that would make anyone lower their heads in subservience. He was feared and respected by even the top 10 rulers. This was the Elder Dragon, the true big boss of the SG Alliance. Chapter 953 The Elder Dragon. That's enough. The instant the Elder Dragon's deep authoritative voice resounded in everyone's ears, they closed their mouths shut and bowed their heads respectfully in silence. This turned the sacred grounds as quiet as a deserted graveyard even though there were close to 1 million dragon around. Even the viewers felt their fingers stiffened, unable to write a single thing. They could just watch the Elder Dragon transform from a cosmic entity into a humanoid dark-scaled dragon. His scary dreadful expression wasn't changed at all even though his size was reduced significantly. The moment the Elder Dragon sat on his overreaching throne, he ordered composedly, "As you were." Life returned to the sacred grounds again as everyone lifted their heads and started discussing the Elder Dragon. He is as magnificent as half a century ago. Forgo mewed with a look filled with veneration. Just the sight of him on his chair is enough to make me shiver in fear. Tando gulped, I can't even imagine facing him in a battle. He isn't proclaimed as the strongest for no reason. Anastasia smiled wryly, I really can't see anyone defeating him anytime soon. Anastasia wanted to win the ceremony to regain her clan's honor back, but she refused to challenge the Elder Dragon when she wins the ceremony. You see, the captain of the winner team in the ceremony had a chance to challenge the Elder Dragon for his position. Naturally, they cash out on their challenge anytime they wanted, in other words, they could wait even 100,000 years before challenging the Elder Dragon. At the present, there were hundreds of unused challenges by the previous winners, Forgo included. Everyone thought that with time and effort, they would be able to bridge the gap and challenge the Elder Dragon on better grounds. Alas, every time he made an appearance, and they saw his unfathomable size and pressure, they erased those thoughts from their minds. If the Elder Dragon wasn't so freaking overpowered and overbearing, those challenges were meant to be used a few years after the ceremony to snatch the leader position. Alas! He had turned the ceremony into a mere traditional meeting for the clan's glory and collecting bloodline treasures. Elder Dragon, one day I will overthrow you. Prince Domino thought with eyes burning with unhinged determination. He respected the Elder Dragon the most for holding into the throne even before the creation of the SG Alliance, but he wasn't planning on bowing his head to him for the rest of his life. His end goal was always to become the supreme leader of the dragons, and his first step was winning the ceremony and obtaining as much bloodline treasures as possible to improve his strength. Now that the Elder Dragon had arrived, it was time for the introduction of the ceremony rules. There was no way the 4 clan heads were going to wait until Felix arrive. How irritating, it just has to be me in this cycle. Miffed, Red Clan head Bemid stood up from his chair and eyed everyone for a few seconds, then, he manifested a humongous holographic ancient brown wine jar. Just like in every cycle, the 4 clan teams' key to winning the ceremony is locating the ancestral wine jar and keeping it on them until the last day of ceremony. Red Clan head Bemid paused. As you all know, the ancestral wine jar is an important treasure to the entire dragon race. All the dragons showed a solemn expression at the thought of the ancestral wine jar. That's because everyone knew that it was a spiritual treasure that possessed the last remaining piece of the ancestral dragon's soul. Each cycle, the holder of the jar wakes up the ancestral dragon's soul and meet the ancestor personally. You can learn many secrets about our race, and if you were lucky, you might even be the inheritor of his legacy. Red Clan head Bemid said with an envious tone, such an opportunity can be enjoyed only by youngsters. The dimensional pocket had a limit to the age of the participants, it allowed only beings with an age less than 6 centuries. For the dragon race, having such an age counted as being still a youngster. The 4 clans believed that it was the wish of the ancestral dragon to allow only youngsters dragons inside because he sought a true inheritor to his legacy. But this was honestly more of a myth. The current clan heads had gotten their chance to meet the ancestor, and he hadn't mentioned the legacy to either of them. The same happened to each glorious dragon to lay his hand on the ancestral wine jar. The fact that even the Elder Dragon had gotten his chance and failed to receive it was a proof that he had no intentions of passing out his legacy to anyone. Still, they were convinced that the legacy did exist due to the many limitations imposed on the current dragons. First, many other attributed flames could be inherited, but it seemed to be locked to just 3 attributes. Second, the dragons were growing weaker and weaker ever since the Dark Ages. Majority of the dragons were able to reach the size of the Elder Dragon or even surpass him. Yet in this era, it seemed to be the average size of the dragons had been reduced to merely 60 meters. Sure, they could grow bigger than this, but they had to consume bloodline treasures to achieve it instead of getting it straight away from simply growing properly. There were many other iffy things that the dragons wanted to know, but the ancestor refused to talk about them whenever his wisp of consciousness get awaken. As you know, the dimensional pocket kicks out everyone in 7 days but the holder of the wine jar. Red Clan head Bemid stressed, only after 7 days does the ancestor wake up. So, if you took hold of the wine jar, make sure to protect it until everyone gets kicked out. Naturally, it's the job of the teammates to prioritize passing the wine jar to the captains. For repeating participants like Forgo, he had no problem with this request since he had already gotten his chance to meet the ancestor. The ancestor refused to meet the same dragons twice, hence it was useless to keep the wine jar on him. On the other hand, the first participants weren't too pleased with this term. But, they couldn't act against it since it was written in their contract, forcing them to hand over the wine jar to their captains. After all, the captains were considered as the heirs and true core of the royal families. If anyone deserved to meet the ancestor, it had to be them. Last advice, don't bother with trying to leave with the wine jar from the dimensional gate. Red Clan head Bimid added, if the wine jar sensed that it was too near to the gate, it will teleport away. Anastasia and the other participants nodded in understanding. They knew that finding the ancestral wine jar and securing it was a challenge on its own due its teleportation ability. They didn't know whether it was the ancestor playing with them or the wine jar having a consciousness that made it capable sensing danger and escaping from it. It was so hard to find it, there were many cycles, where no one managed to find the ancestral wine jar and wake up the ancestor. That's it for now, I wish you have plentiful harvest and an overall good experience. Red Clan head Bimid nodded at his daughter Kotzes before returning to his seat. Everyone held their breaths in anticipation after realizing that there was merely 2 minutes before the dimensional pocket to open up. The same didn't apply to the White Clan team as they were starting to grow anxious with each second that passed by. As I have told you, unreliable. Black Clan head Igos advised indifferently, there is still time to send in the replacement. No. Clan head Kirsoon replied bluntly. He knew that it was already too late to replace Felix. Sure, they had hundreds of great royal dragons, waiting to jump on this opportunity, but, he understood that none of them would truly help out his daughter and clan to win the ceremony. If he wanted just to participate in the ceremony and be a token, he wouldn't have bothered to bet on Felix and make a deal with him with their precious ancestral scales. You are too stubborn for your good. Green Clan head Azastirth shook his head. He will come. No matter what he heard, Clan head Kirsoon was convinced that Felix would make it on time. He had seen his character and recognized that he was a man of his word. Even without the contract, he would still try his best to make it in time. Alas, 2 minutes had gone by and Felix was still nowhere to be seen. Chapter 954 In the blink of an eye. No one paid attention to Felix's absence anymore as they were attracted to the ring on top of the altar. Everyone had odd expressions as they watched the clouds revolve around the peak of the altar. When the stream camera was zoomed on the ring, most of the viewers sucked a deep cold breath at the sight of visible spatial waves. Everyone knew that they were spatial waves since the space inside the ring was getting distorted constantly until it was impossible to see through it. Rumble rumble. It looked like the spatial waves were strong enough it caused the atmosphere to switch its temperature as a thunderstorm appeared unexpectedly. With each flash of lightning, the ring gets illuminated, showing new mystical scenes on the other side. It took more than 30 seconds for the spatial waves to cool down, this in turn forced the thundercloud to settle down and for the clouds to return to their previous peaceful state. However, the peak of the altar was now utterly different. The ancestral dimensional pocket is open. Red Clan head Bimid announced thunderously, prepare for entry. Let's go. Prince Domino ordered coldly while spreading his wings widely. Without an ounce of hesitation, he took off towards the dimensional gate and was followed by his teammates. The rest of the teams remained on the ground and waited for their turns. They weren't allowed to barge in the dimensional pocket at the same time since it was quite unstable. If it wasn't for so, it would have been possible to send as many as possible inside. Alas, the gate's energy was enough to support only 40 entries. This translated to 20 participants since they would be required to exit the same dimensional gate. After Prince Domino and his team went inside, Red Clan head Bimid waited for exactly 30 seconds before shouting, "Next! See you there, losers!" Arantus winked at the two princes and took off into the sky. His face is really thick to call us that while losing 5 times in a row. Princess Kotzes chuckled in amusement. Yeah. Princess Anastasia replied with an absent-minded expression. Knowing that she was thinking about Felix's absence, Princess Kotsus didn't know how to comfort her. Next. Stay strong sis, I will go ahead. Princess Kotsus gave her a bitter smile before departing with her team. Good luck on your harvest. Now that only the White Clan team was left behind, everyone's attention landed on them. The fact that they were still short a member had pissed off many dragons. In their eyes, if Felix had ditched them, they should provide the opportunity to another competent royal dragon instead of waiting for him until the last second. Next. Red Clan head Bimid yelled, uncaring about the White Clan's predicament. Now what? Forgo sneered, are we going to waste our team here and hope for his arrival? We only have 7 days to gather bloodline treasures and find the wine jar. Tando shook his head, let's request for replacement from the clan head. I think the same. Kemd nodded. Anastasia didn't reply to any of them as she was deep in thought about their next move. Anna, take your team and enter. Anastasia suddenly turned towards the head clan seating with a stunned expression, not expecting her father to give her such an order. Are you certain, father? Anastasia said with a worried tone, even if he managed to enter the dimensional pocket a few seconds after us, he will be thrown in different location. Teams had to go in together to avoid being separated by thousands of kilometers if not more. I would rather take such a risk than accept another defeat. Clan head Kirsoon said coldly, go for it and give it your best. Okay. Without an ounce of hesitation, Anastasia spread out her wings and took off towards the dimensional gate. Forgo and the rest were dumbfounded by her actions, but they still followed her instinctively. You have truly grown mad. Green Clan head Azastirth frowned at Kirsoon. No one minded your team losing every time, but you will truly get a nasty backlash from this. Black Clan head Igos sighed in exasperation. As he said, the dragons went absolutely nuts and started cursing the White Clan officials, head, and even the team. Hell, even the White Clan dragons didn't spare their own leaders from the barrage of furious remarks. White Clan head had just shown them that he would rather bet on an unreliable human than pick one of them. No one minded our lose, but I did. I always did. The fact that you said this is enough proof that no one respect us anymore. Clan head Kirsoon eyed him frigidly, I am a royal dragon as much as you. The clan heads were left unable to respond to his outburst, they knew that he was right to feel frustrated and displeased by their remarks. Dragons were known to be one of the most competitive races in the universe. The royal dragons were even more competitive than red dragons. Yet, clan head Kirsoon was being told to just play along and please the crowd instead of actually aiming to win the ceremony. All of this because of their innate weakness against their fellow peer. Clan head Kirsoon was simply sick and tired of using their attributed sacred flames as an excuse for losing. While the head clans understood his motives and stopped bringing the matter anymore, the rest of the dragons were still giving him *T for it. Just as the situation was starting to get out of control, a sudden void rift opened directly in front of the dimensional gate. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, a shadowy figure had burst from the void rift and entered the dimensional gate in the blink of an eye. Everyone kept looking at each other with dumbfounded looks, trying to seek confirmation that their eyes weren't playing tricks on them. The dimensional gate turning dimmer was enough proof that someone did enter it. Little bastard, took you long enough. Clan head Kirsoon sighed in relief and relaxed his tensed shoulders at last. He didn't need to guess as it was obvious that no one else but Felix would dare enter the dimensional pocket without receiving permission. Thank God! You almost gave me a heart attack, idiot. Selfie was also relieved that Felix had made it, she really didn't know how to face Anastasia anymore if her crush had bailed on them. As for the dragons? One by one, they started to quieten down. They were still pissed at the White Clan officials and head for taking such a decision, but thankfully, Felix entered a mere 30 seconds after his teammates. On the opposite, life had finally returned to the stream chats as everyone started celebrating Felix's arrival, especially his fans. The Elder Dragon was the only one who didn't show a single hint of emotions throughout all of this. Neither did he ask nor did he bother to think too deeply about any of this. He was simply too high up. Everyone's actions and decisions appear as meaningless as pouring water on a bucket with a hole. All of this and he will still not be able to help you win the ceremony. Green Clan as a stirth snickered faintly. For once, I agree with the Green Lizard. Black Clan head Igos approved calmly. We will see about that. Clan head Kir soon smiled. For now, let's send in the signal tower and see what they are up to. A humanoid red dragon flew towards the altar and beamed two medium-sized signal towers, which were linked with a long thick hardened cable. Without hesitation, he threw one of them inside the dimensional gate and situated the other next to it. After a couple of seconds, the humanoid red dragon informed the clan heads that the connection had been established successfully. Immediately, they contacted their sons and daughters via Queen AI. Send out the nano-drones. Abruptly, 20 small holographic screens appeared before them, each screen was showing a participant from high above, focusing on him mostly. The clan heads enlarged the holographic screens until everyone was capable of watching through them without much difficulty. There he is. Selpha showed a loving smile as she focused on a screen that was displaying Felix waving his hand in greeting at the camera. Before the dragons could curse him, Felix bowed his head at the camera and apologized with a sincere tone. I'm sorry about the delay, I will make it up to the White Clan with my efforts instead of excuses. With the established connection, Felix knew that he could have apologized to the clan head telepathically, but he refused to cover up for his screw-up like this. He knew that the clan must have taken some backlash after waiting for him even when the teams had already gone through the gate. So, he owed them at least a public apology. Don't worry too much about it and do your thing. Clan head Kir soon stressed, nothing else will matter if you brought us the victory. That's what I intend to do. Felix assured him with faint smirk and started his journey through the dimensional pocket, not planning on wasting his time on the outside world. If the dimensional pocket could be described in 2 words, they would definitely be mystical and vibrant. Chapter 955 The Ancestral Dimensional Pocket. Even Felix had his breath taken away by the whole scenery. The sky was light green while the land was covered with forests, mountains, and rivers. All of them appeared like they came out of a child's fantasy dream. The forests were varied in colors and shapes while the rivers weren't filled with just water, but other colorful substances. Felix had been teleported near a river that seemed to be flowing with never-ending golden honey. Naturally, the forest wasn't dead in the slightest as there were many unique-shaped birds, insects, and even small mammals, who could be seen drinking the honey river or chilling on trees. With Felix's extraordinary vision, nothing could escape him, making him spot camouflaged reptiles on the rocks, tree trunks, and even the blue soft grass under him. The laws here are really too wild. Felix thought inwardly with an odd look while observing everything around him. Felix knew that if it wasn't for the laws being abnormal, the environment wouldn't have such a drastic difference from the outside universe. It was like he walked inside Wonderland and everything looked to be made out of candy. Hell, even the mountains before him resembled giant reversed ice cream cones. Felix, are you in? Abruptly, Felix received a brief message from Anastasia. Yes. I just entered. Felix apologized, sorry for making you wait. Some things came up in my closed training. I am just relieved that you have made it. Anastasia requested while sending him a link, join the team's chat group. Felix pressed on the link with an annoyed expression, knowing that he would be hearing a lot of crap from Forgo. As expected, the instant he joined them, Forgo started with his scornful remarks, you really are something. Daring to be late while knowing that the Elder Dragon would be attending the ceremony. Your arrogance knows no boo. Alright, shut the *CK up. Felix cut him off short, not planning to bleed out his ears. Then, he apologized to Tando and Kemd, but he refused to do the same to Forgo. He wasn't a fool, he understood that Forgo was actually more pissed off that he made it instead of being replaced. After all, with Felix around, he would keep his second-in-command position in the team. You little PRI! That's enough! Anastasia said sternly, we don't have time to bicker around. Settle your problems at the end of the ceremony. For now, focus on the ancestral wine jar search. Got no problem with that. Tisk Forgo was still livid, but he couldn't challenge a direct order from Anastasia while being watched by everyone. He might be a black dragon, but he must demonstrate that he was putting his best effort to help the White Clan win the ceremony, otherwise, his ending wouldn't be pleasant even by his clan. Felix, we have split up into 2 groups. Anastasia disclosed, you are on your own, so I hope that you are extra careful with everything around you. I know. Felix replied with a serious tone. Although the dimensional pocket resembled a harmless wonderland for children to run around freely, Felix knew that was merely a facade. Dangers lied everywhere and in the most unknown places. With new law settings, it meant new life forms able to inflict never-seen-before diseases, mental attacks, and more. For example, the Honey River seemed to be drinkable by the life forms here, but it might act like a superglue in his case, making him get caught in its trap. Hell, he even heard stories from Anastasia that some royal dragons had been killed by poisonous insects that were immune to fire. This happened while they were in their dragon's form. It was simply unfathomable to imagine 60 meters dragons getting killed by tiny insects, but it happened, and Felix had his guard up to avoid falling in similar scenario. With your poison immunity, many things here can't harm you. Asna commentated. I know, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Felix replied. Poison immunity was going to help Felix mostly with protection against insects, reptiles, and poisonous plants that camouflage themselves as natural treasures. This was quite a good advantage to have on the dragons. I have sent you our coordinates. Check the distance between us and decide accordingly. Anastasia informed. All right. Felix nodded and requested Queen AI calculate the distance between him and the coordinates. This wouldn't have been possible without having most of the dimensional pocket mapped out. Although it was mapped out, in every circle, there would be new areas being destroyed and replaced by entire different environments. This made Queen AI's map not 100% reliable. 5,678 kilometers in a straight line. Queen AI shared. Felix thanked the Queen and disclosed to Anastasia, I can reach you in 10 minutes or less if I traveled at my fastest speed. But, I think it will be better if I moved slow and searched for the wine jar on the way. That works, just be safe and stay in touch. Anastasia said one last time before ending her chat with him. Without further ado, Felix turned to a mountainous chain that was in his journey towards his teammates. Let's start with you. Felix decided to check them, knowing that most high-graded natural treasures were usually underground or in hidden places. After all, natural treasures grow with time and elemental energy absorbed. If they were in the open, they would get found easily and eaten by the life forms around them. Whoosh whoosh! Felix popped out his wings and flew towards the nearest mountain that was shaped as a piece of Toblerone chocolate. Naturally, he remained close to the grounds and flew at moderate pace to scan his path for any noteworthy natural treasures. As expected of the dimensional pocket, it is quite packed with E&D graded natural treasures. Because Felix had read thousands of books about every kind of natural treasures, he was easily able to spot their distinctive details and separate them from normal plants. Some of those natural treasures have already gone extinct on the outside. Felix mewed as he continued on his journey. Although he was interested, there was no way he would be wasting his limited time on picking up low-graded natural treasures. Felix wasn't the only one moving solo in the dimensional pocket, as the 3 other captains had all separated from their teams. It was inefficient to search as 5 and dangerous to travel alone, hence, the captain travels solo and the others move in 2 groups to maximize their search area. Iraga mountainous chain. He is quite far. Arantis frowned at the intel given to him by his father. Just like Anastasia being informed by her father about Felix's entry, the rest of the captains got a piece of the news too. Arantis was quite delighted by the intel since it implied that their original plan was still on. However, the distance was truly bothersome. He was already given the initial location of Prince Domino, making him realize that they were being separated by 10,000 kilometers if not more. Will he drop everything and head towards that prick? Arantis was doubtful that Prince Domino would do so in the first day and the first hour. He understood that if it was just Prince Domino on his own, he would have done it without questions asked, but he had a team behind him to watch for and a clan to represent. *CK it, I will tell him the general location, and he can do whatever he wanted with it. Prince Arantis decided to go for it. He swiftly reached out to Prince Domino and sent him the coordinates to Iraga mountainous chain while leaving a brief message, "The human is here." Prince Arantis waited a few moments for Prince Domino for his response but was left ghosted. Prick! Arantis cursed under his breath and continued his search. He didn't want to push too much since he wanted to avoid exposing that he had obtained the information from his father. That's because it was banned to share anything with the participants. The only ones allowed to contact them were the clan heads. Even them were limited in the content of intel they could share from the stream. The only intel allowed was related to ancestral wine jar. For example, if someone found the ancestral wine jar, the clan heads could expose the exact person holding it and keep updating their teams with his location constantly. This to ensure a healthy competition for the ancestral wine jar instead of locating it and hiding for 7 days in this vast dimensional pocket. Prince Arantis and his father decided to hasten the search for Felix by simply giving off his location in that manner. Queen AI couldn't expose or punish either of them when he merely gave out a random name for a location. Shameful as always. Meanwhile, Prince Domino wasn't pleased one bit by Prince Arantis' intel. It didn't take a genius to make anyone realize that the Green Clan had cheated. He knew that all the teams get sent quite far from each other depending on the time they accessed the dimensional gate. Hence, it was impossible for Prince Arantis to get his hands on such intel so soon on his own. Change of plans, start searching towards north and hasten your pace. Prince Domino ordered his teammates while switching his flight direction towards the Iriga mountainous chain. It's time to answer your maker. Prince Domino narrowed his eyes coldly as he envisioned Felix's foolish smile. Unbeknownst to Arantis, Felix had pissed off Prince Domino too much to the point, he wasn't concerned about the legitimacy of the intel. All he cared about was to teach Felix a hard lesson. Chapter 956 A Rocky First Hour. Naturally, he was still sane enough to keep searching for the ancestral wine jar on the road, making the viewers believe that he simply changed his search area without any purpose. Though, clan leader Azastirth wasn't fooled. Success. Arantis was quite surprised to hear positive feedback from his father about their strategy. He truly hadn't anticipated that Prince Domino would still target Felix when the distance wasn't making it easier for him. I ain't complaining. Arantis snickered and informed his teammates to hasten their search. Oblivious to the current development, Felix could be seen standing before a small squarical cave with his chin resting on his palm. The intel I was given by the clan head says that the Iriga mountainous chain is habituated by dangerous night poisonous rodents. Felix had used all of his visions to scan inside the cave for any hidden dangers, however, he found absolutely not a single life form. This should have put him at ease, but Felix knew that the dimensional pocket's dangers shouldn't be treated in the same manner as the outside universe. This is truly too weird. 50 years shouldn't be enough for such drastic changes in environments and even livable spaces of life forms. It looks like the time does run much faster after the gate closes. Felix commentated as he wore his void suit from top to bottom, not planning on taking any chances. Then, he crouched and walked slowly inside the squarical entrance as it was barely 1 meter tall. With his perfect night vision, he knew that the tight tunnel would be like this for the next 100 meters. After, it would expand bigger and bigger until even an adult dragon could stand proudly inside. In a few moments, Felix exited the tight tunnel and was met with an underwhelming sight of nothingness. There was nothing but rocks and boulders inside the cave. Felix expected as much and continued his journey towards 4 tunnels, which were separated by quite a long distance. This signified that the tunnels led to different locations which were far apart from each other. Those tunnels must be new. Either the mountains had gone through a drastic change in structure as well, or I have entered from an unexplored area. Felix thought as he kept studying them. The information he read about the Araga mountainous chain didn't include those giant tunnels or even the squarical small cave. Let's go with the middle. Felix started walking through the middle tunnel, not planning on wasting his time on extensive examination. As long as he didn't know about the final destinations of all 4 tunnels, he could only depend on luck. After Felix disappeared through the tunnel, millions of red dots started to emerge on the ceiling and the walls of the spacious cave. Those red dots were all facing one direction, the middle tunnel. All of those red dots were actual eyes of invisible dark creatures that resembled bats. Unlike bats, it appeared like their bodies were made out of jello as they had no bone structure or blood vessels. They were truly creepy and would make anyone reconsider their decision in stepping inside the cave if they saw them. Alas! Neither Felix nor the viewers spotted them. Abruptly, those bat-like creatures started crawling on the walls and the ceiling towards the middle tunnel. They made absolutely no sound due to their jelly-like bodies being firmly glued to the surfaces. Oblivious to the millions of crawling creatures behind him, Felix kept walking slowly with his guard up and base visions activated. From time to time, he turned around to check behind him. When he saw nothing, he continued his exploration. All of his visions had failed him to spot the dark creatures due to their unique body structure, so they kept on approaching him until only 100 meters separated them. Abruptly, all of them started emitting an inaudible sound wave towards Felix. The sound waves were extremely tiny and shouldn't cross more than a few meters, but when there were millions of them at the same time, they harmonized and empowered each other to reach Felix's ears. The void suit did its job to block more than 80% of them, but the last 20% managed to penetrate its fabric and enter Felix's eardrums. Still, Felix didn't react at all since the sound waves were muted to the point, the soft gales in the cave were 100 times louder than them. So, Felix continued on his journey without a single clue in his mind. As for those bat-like creatures, they didn't bother following him anymore. In a few moments, Asna frowned at the sight of Felix standing absent-mindedly while staring at the ceiling. "Felix!" she called. No response. She tried to read his thoughts and saw that he was still actively thinking about cave. The deeper this goes, the more promising it looks. What if I found the ancestral wine jar hidden here? I will camp it from a distance and catch it at the last day to avoid getting hunted for it. Idiot! No response. Something is going on. Asna already pretty much guessed what was going on with Felix. She nerfed her mental defenses to the same range as Felix and looked through his eyes again. This time, she was met with an entirely different scenery. Felix was still walking in the tunnel while looking around him. He really has been put into an hallucination. Asna's eyelids twitched. She had no idea when did it happen and how did it happen since she was busy playing cards with the rest of the tenants. Should we warn him about this? Asna wondered while looking at the others. Everyone looked up causally and shrugged their shoulders at the same time. It's his problem to solve. Then, they returned to their poker table. But, he can get killed, this is real life. Asna got a bit worried. You have helped him enough to deal against mental attacks when he was weak. Thor stressed, now, he has all the tools to deal with them on his own, plus, if he can't even break through such a simple hallucination, he will get killed eventually when he deals with the true horrific mentalists. Thor was right, Felix could have easily blocked the dark creature's mental attacks if he had utilized his physic shield. He had learned it personally by Thor to act as his protection against mental attacks. Felix must have felt that it wasn't necessary due to not spotting any life forms with his visions. He got too confident with his void suit and mental defenses to believe that he wouldn't be subjected to an invisible mental attack that was on the level of Empyrean rank. Hormungandr added calmly. He guessed correct. Felix truly believed that it wasn't necessary to add another layer of mental protection when it was already high enough, especially, when using physic shield required active concentration, mental energy, and lightning energy. Still, are we just going to watch him get eaten or killed? Asna might have understood that Felix should be responsible over his F***ck ups, but as his partner and girlfriend, there was no way she could watch him suffer when she had the option to help him. You don't have to worry. The Nightcrawler's bats have attacked him. They are known for feasting on their prey after exhausting them mentally until they die. Lady Sphinx said calmly while pushing a mountain of chips, I am all in. With Lady Sphinx's truth eyes, nothing escaped her, unlike everyone else, she had spotted the Nightcrawlers before Felix even stepped inside the cave. If it's like that, then I don't mind anymore. Asna dropped her worries and refocused on their poker game. In her eyes, Felix had all the time to own up to his mistake and free himself from the hallucination. Since time run much faster in a hallucination, she didn't worry about Felix wasting too much time on this. Just like they had figured out that Felix had been had by a mental attack, the viewers started having some doubts when they saw Felix's absent-minded expression. What's going on? Clan head Kier soon frowned as he controlled the nanodrone to zoom in Felix's face. When he saw his inattentive deadpan eyes, he knew that Felix was in a pickle. Will you look at that? Green Clan head Azastirth chuckled mockingly, your ace has gotten himself in deep trouble in the first hour. Such a silent deadly ambush, it must be the Nightcrawlers or the illusionist sparrows. Black Clan head Igos commentated. You better try to wake him up. Red Clan head Bemid said, we won't judge you for it. No need, he will handle it on his own. Clan head Kier soon refused to send messages to Felix to help him break the hallucination, his pride enforced him to follow the rules and not cheat like Azastirth. Chapter 957 A Rocky First Hour LL. While the viewers were discussing Felix's current predicament, he was still walking in the tunnel within the hallucination. A short half-minute had gone by on the outside, but in the case of Felix, he felt like he was walking for more than an hour. How long is this **T? Felix knitted his eyebrows in disgruntlement. It was impossible for him to see the ending of the tunnel with his visions since it wasn't in a straight line. I can't keep going at the same pace, I am wasting too much time. Felix bent his knees and sprinted at a subsonic speed, not caring any more about alerting the life forms within the cave. In his mind, he would rather alert and face them head-on than keep walking on the tunnel for hours. Alas! It happened anyway. He started with subsonic speed, then moved to supersonic speed, and when he had gotten desperate, he went hypersonic speed. Huff huff! The hell, am I trapped inside an infinite tunnel? Felix breathed ruggedly while looking around him in dread. That can't be right, the mountainous chain barely stretched for 100 kilometers. Felix removed such a crazy thought from his mind, knowing that even the dimensional pocket messed-up laws wouldn't allow such a paradox to exist in real life. So, what's this? Am I under a hallucination or inside illusion? Felix found this even harder to believe since he hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary when he entered the cave. Just to make sure, he asked, Asna, am I hallucinating? Don't annoy me with this. A typical B***TCHY response from Asna, this set Felix's mind at ease for a little. But then, he recalled his latest confrontation with the Empyrean ranked Hive player in the UVR and how F***ed up he got inside his hallucination. Felix narrowed his eyes and asked the same question from last time, Asna, tell me about the ones imprisoning you. You know I can't, but can I make it up to you with S***X? He received the same naughty and impossible response. Upon hearing it, Felix felt his heart fall to the bottom of his stomach from sheer terror. He didn't find it funny at all to realize that he was hallucinating since this was the real world. To make matters more terrifying, he had no clue when did he start hallucinating. In the forest? While flying? Before entering the cave? Or in the cave? Calm down, Calm down, since Isna hasn't tried to wake me up, I must not be in danger. Felix might not know much about his situation, but he was certain that Isna would have tried her best to help him if he was truly in a bad spot. I have to break the hallucination world as fast as possible. Just because he felt that he was safe, it didn't mean that he was planning to chill. This time, Felix couldn't get rid of the hallucination by shouting out Bazinga, the safety word. In addition, it looked like knowing that he was hallucinating wasn't enough anymore to break the matrix. The stronger the mental attacks, the harder and more complex it would take one to escape from it. At the higher ends of the spectrum, one would instantly realize that he was hallucinating or inside an illusion. Yet, it wouldn't matter much, making him spend an eternal life in that dreadful situation. Let's try the poison test. Felix manifested 3 poison inducements and merged them together as a drop of liquid. He made sure that he had never tasted the final product of the merge. Far off from the reasoned taste. Felix started glancing around him after tasting the poisonous liquid, hoping for the hallucination to break apart. Alas, nothing much changed. I need something stronger to shock my mind. Felix narrowed his eyes. He understood that the only way to escape from such mental attacks was to shock the mind as hard as possible to reset it. The illogical taste of the poisonous liquid wasn't enough to achieve that state. Looks like I need to use that protocol. Felix sighed. The moment Felix found himself unable to escape from the Empyrean-ranked Hive player's hallucination, he always sought new solutions to avoid falling in the same scenario. Felix placed his palm on the ground and murmured softly, "Olive-sling obelisks." Boom boom boom. Suddenly, tens of towering dark orange crystals emerged from the ground and surrounded Felix in a circle. Just like most gemstones, they were absolutely breathtaking and would make anyone salivate at the thought of selling a giant piece of them. This was Felix's second active ability, gemstone obelisks. It allowed him to erect obelisks made out of any kind of gemstone and at any size he desired, depending on the invested elemental energy. When Felix was completely hidden inside of them, he sat in a meditation position at the center. Then, he manifested a giant sphere of electricity and manipulated it externally to expand above his head. It was bright enough, the dark orange obelisks started reflecting the light all over the place. The reflected orange light hit everything around it, Felix included. Felix kept his eyes wide open, accepting as much orange light as possible before his sensitivity forced him to close them. That should be enough. Felix opened his eyes slowly. The instant he looked around him, Felix found himself to be in a wholly different environment. He was standing above a sea of blood under a gloomy red sky. Near him, there were thousands of mountains made out of human corpses stacked on each other. When Felix looked close on the nearest mountain, he found his grandfather, Olivia, Noah, his subordinates, the rest of his family, and even the Earthling team. All of them seemed to have suffered from the most brutal death ever, with their eyes gouged out and limbs being bitten off. Felix turned his head around, having enough of such harrowing sight. Alas, the scene behind him wasn't any better as he saw his masters getting tortured by the Darkin faction. They were still alive and kept trying to reach out to another person with a golden hair. That person was on his knees and had his back facing Felix. But, Felix immediately knew his identity. Felix walked next to the golden-haired person. When the golden-haired person heard his footsteps, he turned around and looked at Felix with a soulless, miserable expression. Look and behold, it was none other than Felix without his mutations. I looked really too feeble in my previous life. Felix smiled bitterly, trying his best to not look at his tortured masters and the corpses of those close to him. It really sucks to use olive-sling on myself. If it wasn't for the dire situation calling for it, Felix would have never used the olive-sling on himself. Who could blame him? It was an attributed gemstone that was able to manifest the fears of anyone who got hit by light reflected on its surface. It was referred to as the invoker of horrors by the first ones to discover it and live through its effect. What was Felix seeing right now were his fears in life. The death of his close ones in a horrendous manner. The Darkin faction winning and capturing his masters, making them get tortured for eternity without any possible way to escape. Felix's fear of retuning to his old loser self in his previous life. Last but not least. Felix, save me. Here it is. Felix tightened his fists as hard as he could and turned around after hearing Asna's whimpering voice. The sight that came before him was enough to cripple anyone's mind. Cosmic beings made out of stars and galaxies chaining Asna in her flame form above a circular platform. They were dragging her away towards the sky while she was crying for his help, but Felix couldn't help her as he was still too weak to even win against the Darkin faction. Hence, he could only watch her get taken away and imprisoned yet again with a hopeless deadpan expression. This was Felix's current biggest fear, seeing Asna being taken from him by the same entities, who imprisoned her previously. Because he didn't have their image, fear turned them into celestial entities, who would cause anyone's brains to short-circuit by a mere glance at their grandiose. Hurts every time. Felix knew that everything in front of him was mere fabrication, but he allowed himself to sink in it and be afraid, be terrified, and be alarmed. He tortured himself like this for two reasons. First, to help him break out of the original hallucination by shocking the mind with something even more terrifying. Second, to act as a reminder that everything could go wrong in the blink of an eye. For someone like him with this many fears, he was still too weak to be assured that not one of them would come true. In this universe, weakness is a sin. Felix murmured to himself while closing his eyes. When he opened them, he found himself staring at the ceiling of the tunnel without the olive-sling obelisks around him. Without needing to guess, Felix knew that he had broken from the hallucination. "Welcome back, stranger." Asna giggled happily after seeing Felix finally showing a reaction. "Asna, do you want to have SE? Wanna die instead?" Asna cut him off short with a flustered threat. "I am back all right." Felix chuckled to himself and pushed down his brought-out fears back in the depths of his heart. He knew that having fears were good to motivate himself and keep him always on track, but, if he got enslaved by them, he would soon give up and embrace the fact that his fears were bound to occur. Felix refused to turn those fears into a reality, he refused. Chapter 958 Exploring All Options. "I knew he can do it." Clan head Kir soon smiled as he watched Felix scanning the surrounding area. "You sure didn't help him out." Clan head Azastirth accused with a playful tone. "I will act as you didn't say that." Clan head Kir soon eyed him coldly. "He is right, don't be throwing out such disrespectful accusations." Clan head Bimid supported. "Tisk, can't one make a joke anymore?" Clan head Azastirth clicked his tongue in criticism, trying to play it down. Clan head Kir soon ignored his remarks and focused on Felix after seeing him returning to the entrance. Because Felix was inside the hallucination for a mere minute and no one saw the *T he had gone through, the viewers didn't really react drastically to his emergence, especially his fans, who were used to godly and epic plays by him. "So, I was attacked by those C***NTS. Felix narrowed his eyes coldly at the sight of millions of Nightcrawler's bats twitching on the ceiling and the walls. When he had broken through their hallucination, they suffered from mental backlash just like any other mentalist in the universe. This ended up exposing them to Felix as they lost their camouflage. Upgraded corruption cloud. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix released a vast pitch-black cloud from his palms and aimed it at the ceiling and the walls. The instant it reached them, the Nightcrawler's bats were all turned into fine dust before getting taken away by the breeze. It didn't take Felix more than a few seconds to erase them from existence. Then, he turned off his poisonous emission and used his conversion technique to restore all of his lost poison energy in a split second. With his mastery of poison conversion technique, Felix had absolutely no problems anymore with energy management in that department. "I better find something valuable inside." Felix turned around and continued on his journey. This time, he had used his physic shield, not daring to take any chances anymore. He had learned his lesson. After sprinting at a subsonic speed for a short while, Felix finally reached the end of the tunnel. Unfortunately, he was met with a dead end and absolutely no valuables in the vicinity. Of course, of course. Felix's eyelids twitched in irritation and turned back, knowing that he could only try his luck with the other 3 tunnels. If Felix didn't feel like had spent hours in the hallucination, he wouldn't have gotten this annoyed since the journey was really quite short. Still, Felix increased his speed and started going through the tunnels one by one. The right and the left ones were empty as well. Now, he was speeding through the finale tunnel with a last shimmer of hope. Alas! He reached a dead end again and found nothing to take with him. This can't be right. Felix massaged his temples to ease his rising headache. He had wasted more than 15 minutes on this mountain and almost ended up getting trapped inside a hallucination. All for nothing? It didn't feel good at all. Just take your loss and go search in other areas. Asna advised. Not yet. Felix rested his chin on his palm thoughtfully. It doesn't seem right that those bats will gather on this specific mountain in millions while it was void of resources. Felix was informed by Lady Sphinx earlier about the Nightcrawler's bats. Based on his understanding, there was no way a carnivore creatures like them would establish their base in an resourceless area. After all, how could they lure in other creatures to enter their habitable area if it didn't have something to attract them? He even confirmed his theory with a quick search in the data center. The little bits of information about the Nightcrawler's bats had clearly stated that they prefer hiding in bountiful caves. You can't rely on the information about Nightcrawlers from the matter universe and subject it to the ones here. Asna retorted, in this peculiar dimensional pocket, maybe the Nightcrawler's bats have evolved to live on minimal amount of food, making it possible to sustain themselves even in empty caves. That's possible, but it won't hurt to try everything and make sure that I missed nothing. You do you. Without further ado, Felix beamed a spherical potion that was filled with a gooey brown substance. Since my eyes have failed me, I must rely on other senses. This was a rank 4 potion called Hellhound's Nose. It was capable of enhancing Felix's smell temporarily to be more than 1,000,000 times acute than a normal human. The moment Felix drank it, he closed his eyes and waited for the effect to kick in. It didn't take long before Felix was forced to close his nose with a pained expression after his brain got assaulted by millions if not billions of different smells enhanced to the limit. There was so much, his brain was having difficulty processing them one at a time, causing Felix to alleviate the pressure by shutting his nose. Thankfully, Felix had already experienced this effect many times in the UVR to prepare himself for such scenario. That's brutal. I can smell even the sh*t of animals from kilometers away. Felix winced in disgust and tried his absolute best to control the smell. With time, he started to fade out the smells that were far away from him. He kept doing so until he was left with the strongest and nearest smells to him. Then, he moved to the next step. He closed his eyes and started taking deep breaths, taking in all the smells at once. After doing this a couple of times, his mind started to envision colorful trails, leading to different destinations. Felix eliminated the ones leading outside the cave and the ones on the nearest mountains. Gotcha! Although he was still left with many other smells, Felix managed to lock in on a dark gloomy trail that was leading to all 4 tunnels. The smell was too unique as it resembled a mixture of burnt-off wood and nasty outdated mayonnaise. I only have 10 minutes before the effects wear off. Without delay, Felix took off towards the middle tunnel, where the smell was much stronger. Why is he returning? Didn't he waste enough time? Looks like he doesn't want to accept leaving the mountain empty-handed. Poor thing. Almost everyone felt that Felix was merely wasting his precious time on avoided result, especially when he had already checked the 4 tunnels thoroughly and found nothing. Felix didn't care about the viewers' opinions and carried on following the smell that was getting stronger and stronger. In a brief moment, he returned to the end of the tunnel and stopped before the humongous hardened and rugged wall. Just like last time, there was absolutely nothing on it if it was seen with mere eyes. However, Felix was grinning widely as he looked at the dark trail being emitted from a few tiny holes inside the wall. Those holes were even smaller than skin pores, making it impossible to see them. Even if someone saw them, he wouldn't think much of them due to the ruggedness of the wall. Felix opened his eyes and zoomed in on those tiny holes with his quantum vision until he was capable of seeing through them. "What did you say, Asna?" "Tisk, you got lucky." Asna clicked her tongue in annoyance at the shocking sight inside those tiny holes. They stretched for tens of meters deep within the walls and kept expanding until they resembled small tunnels. At the end of the hole that Felix was focusing on, there was a cozy pocket that was filled with a dark moss-like substance. It was on the walls, the ceiling, the ground, everywhere. "Master, do you know what is that?" Felix inquired. "I have no recollection of such substance." "Neither do I." Lady Sphinx eyed the dark substance in intrigue, not bothering any more with the poker game even though she was thrashing them. When it came to new discoveries, her attention gets stolen instantly. "Be careful," Lady Sphinx warned. "I will." Felix nodded with a serious expression. He knew that when dealing with new types of substances, plants, and life forms, it was always better to be on high alert and prepared for literally anything. If gems could explode and cast hallucinations, anything was expected in this universe. Hence, Felix decided to expand the tiny hole as slowly and carefully as possible. He did so by engulfing his hands with potent brittle inducement and starting to dig on top of the tiny hole. It made him look like he was digging through sand, making absolutely no mess or even loud noises. The viewers kept watching him with confused and baffled expressions, having no clue what he was aiming to do. "He is really persistent." Clan head Bimid chuckled. "He is just an idiot, who is destroying the environment of our sacred grounds for no reason." Azastirth sneered. Some dragons were beginning to feel the same when they saw that Felix had dug for more than 10 meters and wasn't planning on stopping. If it was another dragon doing so, they honestly would have given a sh*t. But, Felix was a human. No matter how much they respected his strength, it still didn't feel right to see him violating their sacred grounds for no clean purpose. Oblivious to the rising displeasure he invoked in the crowd, Felix continued digging his way towards the hidden pocket. Because the distance was at least 70 to 80 meters long, Felix had to reinforce his tunnel with white adamantine gemstone pillars. After a short while, Felix finally reached the point, where the already established tunnel was big enough to support him. This discovery had shocked the viewers alike, making them finally realize that Felix knew what the f***ck he was doing. Felix entered the tunnel and started to crawl on his stomach while still followed closely by the nano-drone. However, because of the tightness of the tunnel, everyone ended up staring at Felix's tight ass wiggling forward. "This is quite shameful, but, why can't I stop looking at it?" Ashamed and somewhat excited, Selphie murmured while covering her eyes and peeking from gaps of her fingers at the stream. Chapter 959 New Discovered Organism. In a short while, Felix finally reached the exit of the tunnel. Instead of jumping inside the pocket, he examined the dark substance first with a stern expression. In his eyes, this dark substance might be alive and would devour him if stepped on it or something in that premise. "What do you think, Master?" Felix asked the professional after realizing that he got nothing out of his analysis. "From initial observation, it's a moss-based organism." Lady Sphinx replied, "I don't pick up any spiritual presence from it, so it's not conscious. The fact that it appears moist and alive even when not a single ray of sun reaches it, it implies that it feeds on either the rocks or the air. Though the air here is almost non-existent, so, it must be the rocks. A plant feeding on rocks." Felix raised an eyebrow. "You learn new stuff every day, I guess." Felix was familiar with many freaky plants that didn't rely completely on the sunlight to create food for themselves, but they did feed on other stuff that were nutritious in nature. But rocks and stones? That's a whole new level of craziness. It's just an initial observation. I need to study them in the lab to truly understand them. Lady Sphinx informed. For now, try your best to minimize your exposure while collecting them. Alright. Without further ado, Felix pushed himself a bit further inside the pocket, but he didn't enter it completely. Then, he extended his finger to the nearest moss-like substance and touched it gently. Although he was wearing void suit, he still felt like he had just touched a wet sticky used bubble gum. No reaction, it's pretty dead all right. Felix pulled away his finger and pushed himself inside the pocket. Because the ground was also covered with the dark moss, Felix's feet came in contact with them. Still, nothing much happened to him. This had finally put his mind at ease and made him beam out a container and a small shovel. Next, he started to scrap the dark moss slowly and carefully, not wanting to damage its integrity. In his eyes, it might be the most amazing natural treasure or just pure trash, depending on how he extract it. What's this? Have you ever seen this substance before? No. The clan heads wondered with each other about the origin of the dark moss after they were finally spared from Felix's ass in the screen. Queen, analyze the substance. Clan head Kirsoon requested. The nanodrone behind Felix suddenly started emitting a blue beam on the walls and the ground, scanning everything. Felix ignored this and continued his work. He knew that if even Lady Sphinx was ignorant about this substance, there was no way Queen AI would know about it. When it came to the plant's domain, Lady Sphinx and Lady Yggdrasil were simply unequaled. No match in the data. As expected, the skin failed to deliver results. Interesting. Clan head Bemid rubbed his bearded chin. It looks like the lad was lucky enough to discover a new organism. Can you get us some, Brother Kirsoon? Clan head Azastirth requested. Clan head Kirsoon's eyelids twitched at his shameless to switch to a nice guy the moment Felix became useful. I can't make any promises. Clan head Kirsoon replied calmly, we have already established in the contract that anything he gets would be his own besides the bloodline treasures. Naturally, it won't be for free. Clan head Igos said, we will trade with him for a container. I will deliver your interest to him at the end of the ceremony. It was normal for the clan heads to be this much interested in a new discovered organism, especially, if it was found inside their own dimensional pocket. After all, it represented new prospects and research paths. The researchers and explorers in the live stream were all discussing the dark moss feverishly in the chat at the moment. All of them were also planning to seek Felix and hope to obtain a small piece of his harvest. Alas, Felix was already rich enough to not bother with whatever they offer him. I should get some for mother too, or maybe I should tell Felix to gift to her. She will gain an even better impression of him. Selfa thought to herself. She knew that her mother's current hobby was tending her royal garden that was filled with the rarest and most peculiar plants in the universe. S-graded natural treasures were the most common ones in her collection. If Felix gave her a new type of plant that wasn't common, he would indeed gain a small favor from her. Oblivious to the amount of interest the dark moss had garnered, Felix remained kept filling up a container after the other. In less than an hour, he had cleared out the entire pocket from the moss, leaving only traces of its existence. 5 large containers. Felix smiled in satisfaction, this is a great harvest. Felix beamed them in his spatial card and exited the inner pocket. Then, he snapped his fingers and destroyed the gemstone pillars. This caused the man-made tunnel to collapse. Next one. 2 hours later. Felix had exited the mountain from the same squarical cave with a satisfied expression. He had gone to the other 3 tunnels and found the same type of dark moss inside hidden pockets. Though, the quantity harvested wasn't as much as the first pocket. Still, Felix was pretty pleased with the amount he had gotten. I filled 15 large containers. If this stuff is legit, I might have struck the jackpot. Felix thought optimistically while taking off to the sky. Although he believed that the other mountains on the chain might have the same dark moss substance, he wanted to avoid overstaying his welcome. He wasn't stupid enough to trust that the clan heads would play fairly. As a human, his nature already enforced him to distrust everyone who wasn't extremely close to him. So, he felt that it would much smarter to keep on the move and changing environments to not get surrounded by the other teams. It was smart of him to assume the worst of people, as the Black Clan team was merely a couple of 100 kilometers away. They had bridged the distance between them and Felix by tens thousands of kilometers in 3 hours while going at a moderate pace. If they sped up, they would have caught Felix lacking inside the mountain. North. As expected, the moment Felix restarted his journey towards his teammates, clan head Azastirth snitched on him to his son. In return, Arantis didn't hesitate to deliver the message to Prince Domino. He is heading north of the Araga mountainous chains right this instant. You guys are truly obnoxious. Prince Domino insulted back with a disgusted expression. Drop the good guy act. Arantis sneered, if you weren't such a hypocrite, you would have blocked my contacts the instant you received my first intel. I would have done so if I knew that you have gotten this comfortable with cheating. Prince Domino replied with a disdainful tone and blocked him instantly. Mother Fasterisker, I dare you not to head north then. Arantis cursed back, but he was met with this notification. This message has failed to be sent. Arrogant bastard, daring to insult me after using my tips to his advantage. Arantis snickered, but, it doesn't matter much, he must have already got close to him. All it mattered to him was to win this ceremony. If it meant having to hand out his own bloodline treasures to Prince Domino, he would do it in a heartbeat to stamp on the Black Clan. He hadn't forgotten about his lost wager with Prince Domino that enforced him to hand out any bloodline treasures in his possession at the end of the ceremony. Alas, his original plan to focus on Prince Domino and kill him to cancel the bet was repressed by his father and officials. Hopefully, that other prick will wound him heavily and helps me get rid of him. Arantis wished for Felix's victory against Prince Domino even though he knew that was just a far-fetched dream. Captain, I think I have found something. Suddenly, one of Arantis' teammates contacted him. What is it? Arantis asked with a stern tone. It looks like a buried entrance. I have found it hidden under a broken giant tree. Entrance. It must be leading to one of our ancestor buildings from the ancient First Dragon City. Arantis got eccentric immediately. Who could blame him? The ancestral dimensional pocket was called the resting grounds of the ancestor, but, in reality, it was actually a humongous piece of land that was cut off from the First Dragon City. In other words, there were many hidden ruins buried deep within the land, waiting to be discovered. The best part, the bloodline treasures were mostly found on those ruins since they manifest originally from the lost blood of the ancestor and his first ever born descendants. Hence, finding ruins entrance was the same as finding a jackpot in this dimensional pocket. Link the coordinates. Everyone gather on him. Arantis ordered with a thrilled expression. Chapter 960 The First Clash. Your clan's luck truly knows no bounds. Clan head Kirsoon said with a disgruntled expression as he watched Arantis and his teammates rushing towards the ruins site. Don't congratulate him now. Clan head Bemid chuckled, there is a high chance that the ruins entrance might lead to an already discovered area of the lost First Dragon City. Since the dimensional pocket gets changed immensely after every cycle, it was expected to assume that some previous discovered entrances would be hidden by different environments. In worse cases, the entrance might be newly discovered, but it would lead an already cleared out zone. It won't happen if you don't jinx it. Clan head Azastirth retorted in irritation. Arantis and his teammates weren't thinking about any of this, the only thing coursing on their mind was the trove of bloodline treasures within the ruins. Meanwhile, on the northern side of the dimensional pocket, Prince Domino and his teammates had just arrived at the Araga mountainous chains. While his teammates went to do a quick search for any valuables, Prince Domino stood up on the peak of the highest mountain and used his infrared vision to the max. Someone was indeed here. Prince Domino narrowed his slits at the residual heat radiation left by Felix deep within the mountain. Dragon's infrared vision was remarkable, but Royal Dragon's infrared vision was on another level as it allowed them to spot even the lowest recordings of heat. Guys, explore this region. I have some personal matters to deal with. Prince Domino cracked his neck and took off towards north at his fastest speed, not holding back at all. When the viewers saw this, they were taken back since they understood that it wouldn't be possible for him to search for anything like that. However, the moment they saw that he was bridging the distance between him and Felix extremely fast, it finally clicked in their minds that the black team had come here for a specific reason. Wait a second? How the hell did they knew about landlord's location? I thought that there are rules or something. How shameless. I already felt that something wasn't right when they switched their direction from south to north. Drop the accusations, the Black Clan are far too proud to cheat on such ceremony. It must be luck. The stream chat flooded with curses and insults directed at the Black Clan by Felix's fans. However, the rational ones still believed that it was more possible for the Black to give up on the ceremony than cheat openly like this. Is that how you decided to play it? Clan head Igos said indifferently while eyeing clan head Azastirth. When he saw his son switch his direction, he also felt that it was quite peculiar, but he didn't think much of it. Now, he was certain that his son was fed intel by the Green Clan forcefully. I don't know what you are talking about. Clan head Azastirth shrugged his shoulders carelessly without even glancing at him. Although it was clear to the clan heads that he was cheating, he knew that they couldn't do much about it if he didn't confirm it. As for worrying that the Elder Dragon might punish the Green Clan, he understood that the Elder Dragon rarely cared about even major issues. No matter what happened in this ceremony, he wouldn't even bet an eye. Should I warn the Dragon Slayer? Clan head Kirsoon knitted his eyebrows while watching Felix flying slowly, oblivious to the danger he was in. Clan head Kirsoon knew that no one would hold it against him if he broke the rules too, but he was level-headed to understand that two wrongs don't make right. He refused to insult himself and his proud clan by cheating. I trust that he will be fine. With his void domain, he can't be killed by anyone in the universe. In the end, clan head Kirsoon decided to believe in Felix's capabilities. Because Prince Domino was going at an insane speed, it didn't take him even a minute before Felix had emerged as a tiny dark dot in his sight. Caught you! Prince Domino smiled sinisterly akin to a predator. This was more than enough to make Felix's danger instincts start tingling, forcing him to drop his search and turn around. You gotta be sting me. The instant he spotted Prince Domino approaching him in his dragon form, Felix was left shocked out of his wits. Although he always thought that there might a possibility of the clan heads cheat, he doubted that the Black Clan would be the one doing so. In a split second, Prince Domino halted 2 kilometers away from Felix, putting him deep in his fire external range. You are that desperate to fight me? Felix sent a message with a displeased expression. There is no point in explaining myself. Prince Domino morphed into his dragonoid form and replied coldly, let's fight and don't think about running away. Prince Domino had no intentions of blaming Prince Arantis and make excuses to explain himself. In his mind, he took advantage of illegal intel and that's all to it, whether he was forced or not. Run away. Felix eyed him with a faint frigid smirk, you think too highly of yourself. Instead of replying, Prince Domino covered his entire body in dark flames, turning him into a humanoid torch. The dark flames extended to his sharp claws too, making them seem much longer. Then, he disappeared. When he reappeared, a flaming claw was already placed in front of Felix's face, forcing to manifest a shield of white adamantine to block it instantly. Creak. The contact made an irritating loud noise that resembled a car's door getting scratched by a key. The claws didn't cut the white adamantine shield thoroughly, but it made sure to scratch it pretty badly. Although Felix survived the claw, he didn't manage to block the forceful power accompanied by it. This resulted in him getting bashed in the face by his own shield and get sent flying tens of kilometers away. Felix's fans went as quiet as monks at the sight of their idol getting launched taken to a cannonball by a single attack. As for the dragons, everyone had a natural expression, like they expected this outcome to occur. Crazy, crazy. After Felix took control of his body, he eyed Prince Domino with an alarmed expression. His broken nose and busted lips were bleeding badly inside the void suit, but Felix didn't even care about them. He was still processing the insane force he was subjected to. His physical strength must be already above 130k or even 140k. Felix thought, he is really a monster. Felix knew that most royal dragons hit the ceiling of adulthood at 110k BF. If they wanted to increase it, they would need to rely on other methods. Because they were dragons, and they were already at the limit of mortal strength, there wasn't really many methods to help them out besides bloodline treasures. Prince Domino had this kind of strength while he was still considered at the adolescence stage. Felix didn't dare to imagine how far he would get when he grew to an adult and absorb the bloodline treasures. He is too dangerous. Felix's current strength was at 110k more or less, which meant that if he had directly taken that hit, his brain would have already turned into a mush. Luckily, the white adamantine and the void suit negated most of the force. If this much has surprised you, this fight isn't going to last as long as I anticipated. Prince Domino taunted Felix while preparing for his assault. You are strong all right, but don't get too cocky. Felix talked back while tripling his size and beaming his crescent battleaxe. Be honored, you will be the first to experience my external lightning manipulation. Chapter 961 Railgun Rings Technique. The instant he sent this message, Felix extended his palm forward and mew-mewed, railgun rings. 5 medium-sized rings manifested tens of meters in front of Felix, they were positioned one after the other in a calculated and precise distance. External manipulation. Prince Domino sneered as he eyed the electrical rings, not feeling an ounce of danger from them. Will he strike me with lightning from that distance? Even I don't have such a wide ran. Before Prince Domino could finish his sentence, his slits were widened in disbelief at the sight of Felix's crescent battleaxe appearing as sudden as ghost right in front of his face. It was engulfed completely in electricity and spinning faster than a plane's engine fans. Albeit shocked, Prince Domino's reflexes were so great, his head automatically moved to the side. PS. Alas, he was still a bit slow as his left cheek got grazed slightly by the axe's blade. The battleaxe continued its journey for a split second before returning to Felix's hand akin to a boomerang. Felix caught it easily and placed it on top of his shoulder. This time, it was the dragon's turn to be dumbfounded by the development. Not in their wildest dreams did they expect for Prince Domino to get hurt in the first move. What kind of ability is that? The clan heads were left surprised and mostly curious about how were those electrical rings capable of enhancing the battleaxe's speed to the point it surpassed 10 times the speed of sound. Because of Thor's entire race had been exterminated by the Darkin faction, there weren't any lightning elementalists in the upper echelon. So, even though the element was common, even the head clans almost never saw true lightning elementalists. It has to be electromagnetism. Clan head Igos guessed. His answer was right but not complete. Felix had created those 5 rings and used external lightning manipulation to control the electromagnetic force without being in contact with it. If it wasn't for his external manipulation, the best he could do was create an ability the same as Thor's ordnance. In a sense, the railgun rings were an upgraded technique of Thor's ordnance that didn't require much energy consumption and also allowed him to propel any projectile at high velocity. Doesn't feel good to bleed, right? Felix smirked faintly as he eyed Prince Domino's cheek, that was spewing blood down his chin. Wound? What wound? Prince Domino replied with a faint snicker after his cheek got healed almost instantly. Don't worry, there is more. Felix extended both of his hands forward and activated his regained ability, Gemstone Arsenal. Under everyone's eyes, thousands of different weapons created purely from gemstones emerged behind and above Felix. There were red Argadite gemstones swords, spears made out of blue gemstones, and even green gemstones arrows. Every colored gemstone represented a unique attribute. Only when he had demonstrated such an image did everyone started to truly see him as a gemstone elementalist. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix released only the blue gemstones weapons at Prince Domino through the 5 electrical rings. Every time a gemstone weapon passed through a ring, its speed get enhanced tremendously. By the time the blue gemstone weapons exited the 5th ring, it disappeared out of sight and emerged right in front of Prince Domino. This time, Prince Domino wasn't taken by surprise and was ready to evade the gemstone's projectiles. Hey! However, the instant he evaded the first blue gemstone weapons, he felt like the air had lost its resistance or the gravity wasn't doing its job properly. This resulted in having his speed and reflexes reduced significantly. For that reason, the upcoming blue gemstones weapons landed directly on his body, bombarding him continuously. When the salvo had ended, Prince Domino wasn't harmed at all. Felix expected this outcome as he had used the blue gemstone for its attribute instead of dealing damage. "What did you do to me?" Prince Domino asked Felix with a suppressed furious tone. Who could blame him? He felt like he was floating in space, making it hard for him to hold his balance. "Me? Nothing." Felix smiled, "Take your complaints to gravity." What Felix had just used were anti-gravitational gemstones called nabemite. Unlike the anti-gravitational sand that gets created from stones turning into sand with time, nabemite were found in specific rare meteors. They were known to affect the surrounding gravity around them. Because Prince Domino got hit by many of them, the gravity was almost nulled around him temporarily. No matter how great Prince Domino was, there was no way he could overpower gravity and restore his balance. Felix used the nabemites first to set up his real assault. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of green gemstones weapons were sent next towards Prince Domino. Half of them landed successfully on him. Just like nabemites, Prince Domino's reflective scales emerged unscratched from the bombardment. However, the same didn't apply to his energies as the green gemstones were capable of draining all sorts of energies from organisms by touch. They were called atelites and were considered extremely dangerous as the moment someone touched them, they stick to the person and suck him off dry. Luckily, in the case of Prince Domino, they exploded and got corroded by his flame during first contact. Still, that contact happening 100 times had managed to drain Prince Domino physically, elementally, and most dangerously, mentally. Prince Domino was physically perfect, and his elemental energy pool was massive. However, his mental energy was good but not as great as his other qualities. To make matters worse, it had an immediate negative effect if it was drained instantaneously. Agonizing headache. Before the viewers could react to the sight of Prince Domino holding his head in pain, Felix railgunned the explosive red argadite weapons. Boom boom boom. A series of deadly explosions greeted Prince Domino, stunning the dragons alike. All they could do was watch with mouth agape as their public proclaimed prodigy, getting his ass absolutely demolished by a never-ending salvo of explosions. It's the end. Before the explosions could settle down, Felix tightened his grasp on his battleaxe and hurled it as hard as he could at Prince Domino. The battleaxe went through the railgun rings and boosted itself until it became 5 times faster than the speed of a bullet. Phew! The viewers merely managed to see the lightning trail of the battleaxe entering the explosions and emerging from the other side in the blink of an eye. Was he hit? Clan head Kirsoon's eyes widened in shock and delight. Thud! When Felix caught the returning battleaxe, everyone switched their focus to him instinctively. More accurately, they stared at the blade of his battleaxe. When they saw it stained completely red, everyone sucked a deep breath in disbelief and horror. This can't be real. Even the Black Clan head Igo's expression had changed for the worst, finally showing some emotions on his indifferent face. Everyone's minds went to the worst possible scenarios. The fact that battleaxe had returned with that much blood on it, implied that it had actually cut off something out of Prince Domino. Knowing that Felix had one of the best visions in the universe made them believe that there was no way he wouldn't aim at Prince Domino's head. So, they ignored everything and turned to explosions clouds that were dissipating with the wind. The moment Prince Domino was exposed in the open, some sighed in relief, some held their heads in frustration, and some were too stunned to react. Good effort, truly excellent effort. Prince Domino murmured with a creepy wide smile as he eyed Felix. Some viewers didn't know what to think at the sight of him smiling like that even though he was missing his entire right arm. To make matters more creepy, he was actually holding it with the other arm without showing a single ounce of pain. How could he feel pain when his anger had already crossed past the boiling degree? At the moment, everything appeared red in his eyes besides Felix, who was highlighted with a darker shade. I can't believe he actually cut his arm. He really pissed him off. He is a dead man walking now. The clan heads all showed Felix sympathetic expressions. When red dragons get angered, their strength increase significantly, but they lost some of their emotional control. When royal dragons get pissed off, they receive an all-rounded enhancement to their strength, senses, speed, and most importantly, their crazy rejuvenation. All of this while keeping their emotions in check. Under Felix's eyes and the viewers, Prince Domino took his severed arm and placed it on top of his shoulder. Just like a monstrous creature, the arm got attached back perfectly in less than a second. You have had your fun. Prince Domino cracked his shoulders as he eyed Felix with the same creepy smile. It's my turn. Felix felt shivers when the Queen delivered this message to him and saw Prince Domino's devilish eyes. Prince Domino's strength was already horrifying enough, forcing Felix to be careful around him. Now that he was pissed, Felix believed that he should have reached 150k and if not more. That's an entire 40 kbf difference. Even the void suit wouldn't help much against a single punch from him. Clearly, you aren't in the right mental state to keep fighting me. Felix showed him a sincere smile and said, as a friend, I would rather not bully you in such bad state. Before Prince Domino and the viewers could digest his **T, Felix turned around and manifested 10 railgun rings in front of him, creating some sort of electrical tunnel. Then, there was no then, Felix had entered the electrical tunnel and disappeared out of sight under the dumbfounded looks of the viewers and Prince Domino. Prince Domino wanted to chase after him reflexively, but he was left in despair after realizing that Felix had reached Mach 20 instantaneously. In other words, no one in the dimensional pocket could catch him. Did I just get beaten for no reason? Chapter 962 Under the Blood Nile. Prince Domino was already at the limits of his anger, so, when Felix pulled something like this on him, he had nothing left in him to vent his fury. Everyone knew that he was so close to losing his **T and start nuking the surrounding area. If looks could kill, anyone staring at Prince Domino would drop dead instantly. Dragon Slayer. This isn't **ing over. In the end, Prince Domino could only roar thunderously in resentment while eyeing Felix's direction. Then, he returned to his teammates while his mind was filled with nothing but thoughts of biting off Felix's head. As for the viewers, Felix's fans were laughing their asses off, not caring in the slightest that their idol had ditched the battle when it was just getting heated. They were cheerful just by the sight of the proud prodigy Prince Domino losing his mind. Alas, the same didn't apply to the rest of the dragons. So, this is your ace? An cheap shameless fighter, who initiate a battle and escape when things get tough. Black Clan head Igos commentated with clear displeasure in his tone. Who could blame him? His son got embarrassed publicly and wasn't even given the choice to redeem himself. Didn't you hear him? He was clearly looking after your son's well-being. Clan head Kir soon grinned. That's not funny. Clan head Igos eyed him coldly. Your son getting his ass beat up and can't catch up to his opponent is quite funny, don't you think? Clan head Kir soon fired back. He is right, you know. Clan head Azistirth supported, your son's inability to catch up to him is his own weakness. He can't blame no one but himself. Clan head Azistirth didn't care much about Felix, but he was pleased with how things ended in their fight. That's because he saw true hope for his clan to win the ceremony. In his eyes, now that Prince Domino was pissed off, he would always focus on Felix even in 3-way or 4-way battles. With Felix's demonstrated prowess, Prince Domino wasn't going to kill him instantly. If you can even justify his escape instead of condemning it, there is no point in discussing this anymore. Clan head Igos shook his head, you have lost your way. Neither clan head Azastirth nor clan head Kirsoon bothered to respond to his remark. Lost my way? Someone like you will never understand the feeling of being at the bottom as a royal dragon. Clan head Kirsoon thought inwardly as he eyed Felix, whose speed was finally slowing down. After Felix came to a halt, he looked behind him for a few moments. When he saw that Prince Domino wasn't on his tail, he relaxed his tensed shoulders and went to sit above a giant pink branch. He really managed to move his head throughout all the crap I put him through. Felix recalled his finishing strike with a disappointed expression. While some believed that Felix either missed or aimed at his arm, not wanting to kill Prince Domino, Felix's main target was always the head. He wanted to kill him just like Prince Domino wanted him dead. In such battles, Felix knew that it was far too easy to get killed if one didn't go all out. He would rather not fall victim to his own mercy while Prince Domino was able to punch a hole through his chest. This was a real battle in a real-world setting. As for the consequences of killing Prince Domino before his own clan, father, elder dragon, and within the dragon's territory, Felix knew that nothing much would happen to him. The Black Clan would be pissed and embarrassed, but that's all to it. Black Clan head Igos would have an ever colder reaction to his son's death. In his eyes, if he died at the hands of a human, his fate to challenge the Elder Dragon and replace him was merely a fantasy. Pride and strength rule the dragons. If you had a bit more time to master the 10 railgun rings, the fight would have ended before it even started. Asna said. Don't remind of it. Felix sighed. Felix wasn't a retard to use a lesser version of a technique if he mastered the perfect version. Unfortunately, he had merely a few hours in a week to learn it in his breaks from his lightning affinity training. It might look simple to manifest 10 rings and throw stuff at them to get their speed boosted, but it was nothing short but lunacy. Felix had to manifest the rings at precise calculated distance between each other and also at an exact order. He wasn't allowed to have even a single centimeter of difference in height between the rings. That's because a tiny centimeter could cause his accuracy to get ruined instantly, resulting in either the projectiles not making it past the 5th ring or missing the target by tens of meters. After all, he was shooting at Prince Domino from tens of kilometers. So, precise calculation was required, and he had to achieve it in a split second before Prince Domino would make his move and void his entire assault from the start. Felix understood that if he went for 10 rings right from the start, by the time he finished his setup, Prince Domino would already be in his face. Even if Prince Domino decided to remain still, Felix knew that his battleaxe wouldn't make it past the 10th ring. He had already spent most of his concentration on manifesting the rings and operating the electromagnetism force in each one of them. After all, he had to activate the electromagnetism force manually to propel the projectiles instead of creating an ability that did it automatically. All of this required extensive concentration, which would be affected negatively when he threw his battleaxe through 10 rings. As for how he managed to pull it off on himself, he simply wasn't concerned with the 10 rings setup being extremely precise since his main goal was to boost his speed instead of targeting someone. To make it much easier, he manually controlled the first 5 rings and moved on to controlling the second 5 rings after passing through the first half. Last but not least, he couldn't lace his battleaxe with true poison when it was engulfed in lightning. The poison get evaporated instantly, deeming it useless. Whatever, I will get him next time. Felix soon removed Prince Domino from his mind and restarted his search, but first, he contacted his teammates and updated them with the situation. Naturally, he didn't say much about his fight and simply warned them that the Black Clan team was nearby. I don't know how they have gotten this close to us, but it doesn't matter much. Princess Anastasia informed with an enthusiastic tone, we have found broken rocks with ancient writings under the Blood Nile bed. Good sh*t. Felix praised. We are currently searching the vicinity for bloodline treasures or hopefully, an entrance to the ruins. Anastasia asked, "If you are nearby, come join the search." Anastasia swiftly sent him her new coordinates to match with his own. After Queen Ai done her calculation, Felix realized that he could reach them in less than a minute by merely using 5 railgun rings to boost his speed. Better group up with them. Felix was given a wake-up call during his last fight. He knew that as long as Prince Domino was getting tipped off about his location, he would be constantly hunted by him. But, if he was with his team, even Prince Domino would reconsider dealing with all of them unless he wanted to get his teammates involved. Unbeknownst to Felix, Prince Domino had already blocked Arantis, making him absolutely clueless about his location. So, unless one of them found the ancestral wine jar, they wouldn't be meeting anytime soon. Felix arrived at his destination in a short while. He looked below him and was met with a magnificent but chilling scene of a peaceful long bloodish red river. It was separating 2 types of forests. One had leafless red trees and the other side had a green forest with relatively small trees. The river was long enough it stretched to the horizons on both sides. "I am here," Felix announced in the team chat while flying downward. "Join us, we are all under the river," Anastasia said. "All right." Felix covered his head with his void suit and dove towards the Blood Nile. Based on the intel given to him, he knew that the red water could get dangerous only if it came directly in contact with the skin for a prolonged period. Plop! After Felix entered the river, he found out that the water was quite thick and hard to navigate in it. If it wasn't for his visions, he wouldn't have been able to spot his teammates, walking on the river in their humanoid forms. "I am glad you decided to join us so soon." Anastasia smiled after Felix landed next to her. "I am glad too," Felix replied, not telling her that he believed that Prince Domino was targeting him. Just as he wanted to request that she send out Kem to keep an eye out in the sky, Tando screamed in their voice chat, "I found a crack." Chapter 963 Ruins of the First Dragon City. Everyone dropped whatever they were doing and went straight towards Tando. "It's really a crack." Forgo's eyelids twitched as he eyed a long thin crack on one of the ruins' giant rocks. "It might be an opening to path or something," Tando expressed as he squinted his eye through the crack, hoping to see something on the other side. Alas, he saw nothing but darkness. "May I?" Felix requested to peek. "Go ahead." Tando moved to the side, allowing Felix to peek through the crack. Unlike Tando, he was capable of zooming and also seeing much better through this water. I can see murky red water," Felix disclosed. "I told you, it's useless," Forgo said in irritation. "Are you dumb?" Felix gave him a worried look. "You do know that it's a good sign." He is right." Anastasia intervened before a fight break off again. Seeing water through this rubble implied that there was truly path behind them. "Well **T, let's start digging then." Upon hearing so, Forgo's anger was appeased immediately. In fact, he got excited and more eager than any one of them. After all, he was simply here for bloodline treasures. He knew that finding Ruin's site was his best bet to get as much as possible in those 7 days. "I will widen the crack for my size to enter and scout ahead," Felix informed. "Be careful." Anastasia authorized it instantly, knowing that it was much better than to waste time enlarging the crack for them and end up finding nothing. Even Forgo had no complaint about it since any bloodline treasures that Felix found would be put in the pool. Brittle inducement. Felix created 2 white wrenches with his gemstone manipulation and filled them with liquefied grey brittle inducement. Then, he placed both wrenches on each side of the crack and started releasing the liquefied grey brittle inducement in their surfaces. This caused them to turn brittle before the murky red water could null out the liquefied inducement. "What a fascinating combination of abilities," Anastasia remarked with a slightly envious tone. She was proud of her sacred flames, but in terms of originality and flexibility, Felix was clearly on another level. Felix continued enlarging the crack in this manner, being as careful as possible. He knew that the ruins in those dimensional pocket dated back to an almost 100 million years. The fact that time here might be sped up heavily during the dimensional pocket closure, just added more years to that. After a couple of minutes, the job was done. Felix erased his wrenches and withdrew a bit to allow everyone to see through the newly created hole. There is really a path. Forgo commentated with a thrilled expression. Let's not get too hyped up. Anastasia said, it might be leading to another side of the Blood Nile. I will go find out. Felix squeezed himself with great difficulty through the hole and started swimming with just his feet kicking the water. He kept his hands as straight as an arrow since the path was barely big enough to hold him. Unfortunately, the deeper he went in, the tighter the water tunnel got. It got to the point where the tunnel started scratching Felix's void suit. Thankfully for Felix, the water tunnel didn't get any tighter, or he would have been forced to stop and expand it slowly again. Because the nanodrone was always following him, the viewers weren't spared from eyeing Felix's ass yet again. They could only stare at it numbly, wanting to look away but too curious about the findings of the other side. To make matters worse, the water tunnel seemed to be at least 100 meters long if not more. They were in for a long ride again. How is going? Anastasia asked. I can see the exit, but it's still too far. Felix replied while zooming on a small hole at the end of the water tunnel. It took Felix 15 minutes to reach it. Is this a pond or a well? Felix thought inwardly while peeking his head through the exit. He noticed a gigantic cylinder made out of yellow stones that was half filled. Felix thought of a pond first because it was at least 10 meters in radius. Oh! Seeing that the coast was clear, Felix pushed out the rest of his body out. Then, he swam upward until his head had emerged from the water. The instant his eyes adjusted to the light, Felix's lips couldn't help but part on their own at the grandiose and splendid sight before him. There were towering residential buildings for as long as his eyes could stretch. All of them were built with a yellow-colored humongous stones that resembled the ones used to build the pyramids of Giza. Unfortunately, their beauty was stolen by growing green moss on them and their broken parts. Some buildings had an entire half completely fallen, resembling an aftermath of an airstrike. Since Felix was still deep in the well, he couldn't see much besides the top of the buildings. So, he swiftly climbed well. The moment he landed outside of it, everything expanded in his view, making the city appear even more imposing, especially when the surrounding roads had many statues of the same gigantic dragon in different poses. That must be the ancestor dragon. Asna guessed as she eyed everything with a curious expression. Must be. Felix nodded, he really was respected and revered. Looks like you might find some natural treasures here. Lady Sphinx shared calmly as she eyed the city that was invaded by the plant kingdom. Although most of the visible plants were mosses, liverworts, and hornworts, Lady Sphinx trusted that this place should have some various natural treasures. This was enough to brighten Felix's mood. Felix, did you find anything? Anastasia asked for an update again. It's best to see it. Felix shared the feed from his eyes to his teammates. Holy **T. We really found the ruins. Haha. We struck the jackpot. Let's get in fast. His teammates were even more ecstatic by his findings since the bloodline treasures meant the world to them. Meanwhile, the viewers had absolutely no clue how to react about the current situation. 2 ruins have been discovered in less than a day. Clan head Igos eyed the other 3 clans and asked, how often did this happen? I have never seen it happen in my lifespan, that's for certain. Clan head Bimid replied with a vexed expression. He was truly irked at the goddess of luck for showing 2 teams the way to the bloodline treasures hotspots while his team was still struggling to find a single noteworthy natural treasure. He couldn't even share the location of those ruins to his daughter as he was being held back by his pride. Alas, he could only watch as Anastasia's team starting the digging process. If Felix barely made it to the other side, there was no way they would cross the first meter before getting stuck. There was no stepbrother to get them out of such a sticky situation. I will expand the water tunnel from my side, Felix informed before jumping back to the well. Thank you. We appreciate it. His teammates loved his gesture since they knew that Anastasia would never order Felix to do such a thing, but Felix wasn't that much of an asshole to ditch his teammates and go explore the ruin on his own. Still, even with his help, it took more than 5 hours to completely expand the water tunnel to fit their sizes. After they finished it, Forgo was the first to rush inside like a hungry monkey smelling a banana. It was clearly bad manners as the captain was supposed to go first, but Anastasia was a softie to bother with such things. If it was Arantis, Domino, or even Kotsus, their teammates wouldn't even dare be this disrespectful. In a short while, they emerged from the well and joined Felix, who was waiting for them on the outside. Whoa! This is astonishing. I never thought I will have the honor to stand on the same place as the ancestor and his first descendants. The first dragon city, such a monumental piece of history is before me. Anastasia murmured while touching a broken statue of the ancestor dragon. All of them were fascinated and emotionally affected by the city's magnificence. They were in luck to have glowing green mosses on the buildings and natural light crystals on the ceiling. Do you guys know what happened to the first dragon city? Felix asked his teammates in intrigue. Chapter 964 Classified Little about the ancient dragons. Haven't you read the published documents? Anastasia wondered. I have. The information he read in the network implied that the first dragon city had been abandoned by the dragons, who decided to immigrate to the Icarius galaxy. Because the ancestor still felt attached to the city, he cut a piece of it and placed it within a dimensional pocket. But, with all kind of destruction going on around him, Felix wasn't so sure if that was the real narrative. What you know is what I know. Anastasia answered with an honest look. I see. Felix could see that she was being truthful. But, this didn't mean that his assumption was false. So, Felix turned to the Wikipedia in his mind. Master, do you know anything about this? Not the full picture. Lady Sphinx replied, never denying Felix an opportunity to obtain knowledge. What do you mean? The immigration part did happen, but the dragons didn't do so because they were bored or looking for new scenery. Lady Sphinx dropped a bombshell, they were massacred and only a few ones survived. Hey! Come again! Felix froze still in his place immediately in disbelief. Massacre? Dragons? Not in his wildest dreams did he expect that the ancient dragons would be massacred in their own city. This happened while the ancestor was still alive and the dragons were capable of reaching hundreds of kilometers in size? If it didn't come out of Lady Sphinx's mouth, he would honestly mark it as an unacceptable lie. Is it the doing of a primogenitor? Maybe they pissed off a primogenitor. Asna wondered, she was hearing this for the first time as well. That's the thing. Lady Sphinx shook her head, no one knows, but I am certain that it wasn't any of the primogenitors since most of them were still asleep in the illusion world. What do you mean by that? Thor knitted his eyebrows. How can the massacre of dragons not spread out? It happened over 100 millions now, there was no such thing as UVR or another method of connection. Lady Sphinx clarified, since dragons isolate themselves, I didn't hear about this until I found out that they had immigrated to another galaxy. The surviving dragons from the massacre had their mouths completely sealed. Lady Sphinx added, I tried to reach out to the ancestor dragon Ymir, but I found out that he had disappeared after dropping his surviving descendants in Icarius galaxy. Felix had no idea how to respond to such an insane revelation, he simply kept trying his best to wrap his mind around this amount of preposterous information. This has happened 100 million years, so it is expected that no one to know it but the upper echelon of the dragon race. Felix knew that if he exposed such a classified intel, his soul would be pulled from his body personally by the elder dragon. He might believe that Anastasia was ignorant about this or even the clan heads since they were replaceable, but not the elder dragon. Does this mean that the reason for the disappearance of the other 7 attributed sacred flames had something to do with the massacre? Mistress Candace wondered. It had everything to do with it. Lady Sphinx clarified, everyone calls Immer as the first dragon are somewhat right and wrong at the same time. He was simply the first dragon egg to hatch. There were 9 other more eggs, which hatched later after him. Each dragon hatched in those eggs was born with a specific attribute. Immer treated them as his descendants since they were much younger than him, and they treated him as their father since he was a different breed than them. While they had only 1 attributed flames like the modern dragons, he had control over all 9, which made him get crowned as the undisputed emperor of the dragons. After mating with each other, the dragon race was born and expanded, making them the first race to be born without any connection to the primogenitors. That's when the first time the term new race has been coined. Lady Sphinx didn't have to speak even further as Felix and the others had already understood the bigger picture. After the unexplainable massacre occurred, only the descendants of the 3 known attributed flames have survived. The rest were annihilated, breaking 7 heritable branches for future generations. *T been wild back in the old days. Felix smiled wryly. For the dragon race to get massacred by unknown foes at their strongest period, Felix had no clue what to think anymore. Do you know why the dragon's sizes shrunk to this point? Felix wondered. It is truly due to the ancestors' bloodline thinning out. That I don't know. Lady Sphinx said, if you want to know, you should ask Immer personally. Yeah, no thank you. Felix chuckled, knowing that if he ended up greeting for the wine jar instead of handing to Anastasia, he would have his ass burnt to crisp by the 4 clans. In their eyes, a human had absolutely no business with their ancestor, plus, they would rather not get shamed by their ancestor after he sees that a human was meeting him instead of his descendant. Felix? Are you okay with splitting up? Anastasia asked while waving her hand at Felix. Oh yes. I intended to do so. Felix returned to reality. All right, let's meet here in 6 hours. Anastasia said one last time before leaving to seek her own opportunities in this vast ruins site. Forgo and the others had already left. Without another delay, Felix walked south towards an area that was buried in rubble. One look and anyone would recognize that this area wasn't worth exploring as other places. After all, it was much easier to search for valuables if they were in the open. In such untouched ruins, it was doubtful that someone else had already cleared this place up. At least, Anastasia and the others had never seen this kind of ruins in their private clan data center. How did the city survive? I doubt the dragons wouldn't use their nukes and simply wait to have their neck cut. Felix pondered inwardly as he kept his eyes roaming akin to a radar. No one responded, making him understand that his answer lies with the ancestor dragon. Felix dropped those thoughts for now and focused on what mattered, the natural treasures. The instant he reached the giant mountain of the rubble, Felix examined it carefully, hoping to find a hole to slip inside. It was more than possible since he resembled an ant before those humongous boulders and rocks. Found it! It didn't take him long to spot an opening between 2 giant boulders. Felix slid through them and disappeared in the darkness. The nanodrone followed him while shining the light through the rubble to see better. Felix ignored it and kept parkouring from a boulder to another, diving deeper and deeper inside the rubble. It was quite dangerous since everything could collapse on Felix with a single mistake, but Felix was cautious on his strength application, not wanting to tip off the balance of any rock. Before long, he reached somewhat of a dead end. There were 2 boulders attached a bit too close to each other, not allowing him to slip through them. Is there any other way? Felix looked around him, not wanting to use his brittle inducement in such a risky situation. Alas, he found that other paths were sealed shut. I guess this is a bust. Not planning to waste his time on a single spot, Felix decided to exit the rubble and search other buildings. However, the moment he turned, he spotted a red flash of light that disappeared in a split second. Felix recognized that it was caused by the nanodrone's light being spotted on a tiny hole that was the same of his fist. Curious, Felix held the nanodrone and aimed it at the sides of the hole. This time, the red flash of light appeared and persisted. Red flash of light, is it a bloodline treasure? Felix's eyebrows rose in surprise as he got closer to the hole and peeked inside. Alas, his head didn't fit in. It was clearly that whatever was reflecting the light was hidden at the sides of the hole. Let's try this. Felix opened his own stream of the nanobot and threw it inside the hole. Clan Headgear soon swiftly scanned the entire pocket within the rubble. Before long, he was affixed on a brilliant reflective crystallized gemstone that was embedded inside a rock. Only the tip of it appeared, but it was enough to make all the dragons watching to show visible signs of desire and greed. Bingo! Felix smirked faintly as he looked at the crystallized red gemstone. This was none other than the most desirable item for the dragons, the sacred bloodline treasure. Chapter 965 Gemstone Golems. How can I get to it without causing a scene? Felix pondered as he eyed the bloodline treasure inside the stone. I can only enlarge the hole and support it with gemstone pillar again. Felix decided on using the same strategy since it had been reliable so far. Without delay, he started digging with his brittle inducement. After creating a big hole, he immediately supported it with 4 white adamantine pillars at the side. Felix went inside the hole carefully and emerged on the other side in a few moments. How big is it? Felix mewed while touching the bloodline treasure. It was as hard as rock and cold as ice. Felix knew that the sacred bloodline treasures were simply old blood from the ancestor and the descendants that had been exposed to the neutral energy for a very long time. As a result, they come in various sizes and colors, depending on the time they spent absorbing neutral energy in the wild. All of them come in crystallized forms without exceptions. At least, that's what he was told by Anastasia and what he read from the UVR. Without delay, Felix engulfed his palms in brittle inducement and started to dig around the bloodline treasure as carefully as possible. This allowed him to crumble the rock around the bloodline treasure and expose its beauty under the eyes of the envious dragons. It took Felix more than 10 minutes to finally pull it out from the rock. Not bad at all. Felix smiled in satisfaction as he weighed the bloodline treasure in his hands. It was as big as basketball ball and resembled a refined ruby, making it steal the breaths of most girls watching the stream. I will be holding an auction at the end of the ceremony to sell my portion of the bloodline treasures. Only natural treasures and other worthy goodies are counted as currency. Felix placed the bloodline treasure in front of the nanodrone to lure in potential buyers. He didn't have to do it as his announcement was more than enough to set every dragon's eye ablaze. I can't believe it. A chance to get my hands on a bloodline treasure. I have collected hundreds of natural treasures, hopefully, it fetches me one bloodline treasure. I hope he finds even more. Who could blame the red dragons for having such a reaction? None of them had the chance to even enter the dimensional pocket in their lives. Don't even mentioning obtaining a bloodline treasure. It was dumb for any royal dragon to trade or sell his bloodline treasure when he could use them to empower himself. Strength was above all for the dragons. The fact that Felix wasn't capable of using them had finally opened the door to the poor red dragons to have a shot at tasting a bloodline treasure. Alas! It was a mere wishful thinking when even the clan heads were going to be participating in the auction. Besides the elder dragon, the 4 royal clans had the biggest stock of natural treasures being used to enrich themselves by selling them with limited quantities in the alliance. After Felix beamed the bloodline treasure in his spatial card, he exited the rubble and went to other buildings. For the next hour, Felix had explored more than 40 ruined buildings. Unfortunately, he wasn't as lucky as the first time. He did find more bloodline treasures, but they were smaller than a golf ball. Still not a single A-graded or S-graded natural treasure in sight. Felix sighed as he lifted a giant rock in front of a statue. When he found nothing underneath it, he returned it to its place and thought, F***ck this, I might as well use some help. Felix pulled away from the dragon statue and stood in the center of the spacious road. Then, he extended his arm forward and called in his mind, Gemstones Golems. Abruptly, tens of gigantic thick crystallized golems manifested before him. All of them were made out of white adamantine, making them the toughest baddies around here. Their extraordinary sizes would make anyone think twice before dealing with them. The hell? He has an army of workers. All of them are made out of white adamantine. They are unbreakable tanks. With all of his screwed-up gemstones attributes, he can actually make a legit balanced army. The viewers felt at loss for words at the sight of Felix's new army, not expecting him to have such an ability. There is no need to bestow intellect on them. Felix thought as he ordered, "Clear the path before me." Felix gave them a basic order, and they complied immediately. Unlike Lady Sphinx's sand puppets, the gemstone golems had a basic level of intelligence, allowing them to understand just simple orders. Pick that, throw that, hit that, etc. Lady Sphinx's puppets were fed with millions of data, shaping them into masters of their crafts, making them be considered as sandbots. Thud thud. The gemstones golems kept working together to pick humongous boulders, which were blocking Felix's path from checking underneath them. Felix let them continue clearing the path while he focused on searching the already cleared areas. This was much better than doing it on his own by using size manipulation. The only downside was his expanding gemstone energy to sustain their existence. Thankfully, Felix was in the real world, making it possible to receive Asna's help in purifying his energy. 2 days later, while Felix was still enjoying free labor in the ruins, making his harvest 10 times more than his teammates, Prince Arantis was doing the exact same. The only difference was that he was using his teammates to pick up his own bloodline treasures within the ruins. As long as I don't own a bloodline treasure, I won't be forced to hand out anything to that F***er. Prince Arantis snickered as he sat on top of a destroyed tower. Since his clan had blocked him from going after Prince Domino, this was the only way left to get some bloodline treasures out of this cycle. The contract terms had stated that Prince Domino owned any bloodline treasure that had any relation to him in this cycle. In other words, it didn't matter whether the bloodline treasures were discovered by him or gifted by his teammates, he was bound by contract to hand them over to Prince Domino, or he would suffer the consequences. Nothing was said about getting forced to absorb them, now. Arantis smirked faintly as he eyed his teammates combing the ruins thoroughly. His current strategy was to have his teammates hand a portion of their bloodline treasures to his father. In return, his father would forcefully make him absorb them without Arantis getting in contact with bloodline treasures. If Prince Domino was too invested in this gamble, he would have spent more time reading the contract to find such a loophole. Alas, the only reason he accepted the bet was because his pride was being tested by Prince Arantis. "Why aren't you helping your teammates?" Suddenly, Prince Arantis' smirk was stiffened after hearing a sonorous but curious voice resound right in his mind. With godly instincts, Prince Arantis propelled himself tens of meters away from his location while engulfing himself in green soul-chilling flames. The F***ck. However, when he looked back at his location, he found out that no one was there. That voice is quite familiar. Prince Arantis frowned as he looked around him with his guards up. "At ease, boy, I am just trying to have a chat with you." Arantis instantly lifted his head the moment he heard the same voice echo in his mind. What came before him was a brown muddy ancient-looking jar that had a blue rope tied around its neck. It was hovering above his head at ease like the entire dimensional pocket was its playground. Ancestor. Feverish and thrilled, Arantis immediately knelt under the wine jar while still flying. The clan heads and the rest of the spectating dragons throughout the entire universe did the exact same. All of them knelt before the stream screen without a single ounce of disgruntlement in their faces. Just seeing the ancestral wine jar was enough to make them fall on their knees in absolute respect and worship. The dragons kneel to absolutely no one but the ancestral dragon who was the origin of their existence. The only one who didn't kneel was the elder dragon. He merely nodded his head at the screen expressionlessly. No one saw his disrespectful reaction. Honestly, even if they saw it, no one would dare to condemn him for it. Great Ancestor! It's my greatest honor to meet you! Arantis shouted out loud, not caring about his prestige or keeping the cold facade anymore. Even if he was a bit hateful, he truly worshipped the Ancestor. Ancestor! Hey! Don't tell me, Arantis is possessing the ancestral wine jar. The rest of the Green Clan's team all heard Prince Arantis bellow echo through half the city. Without an ounce of hesitation, they dropped everything and rushed towards Arantis. When they saw the ancestral wine jar above Arantis' head, they knelt down immediately while greeting out loud, "We are honored to meet the great ancestor. Anna! The wine jar has been located. Go here. Domino, head to those coordinates. The Green Clan team is in possession of the wine jar. Daughter, go to those coordinates. The wine jar has been found in ruins, farm as much bloodline treasures as possible in them." The head clans sent messages to the team captains simultaneously, updating them about the current situation. The moment the wire jar was located, they were allowed to tell them anything and everything related to it. Chapter 966 The Ancestral Wine Jar. Let's gather near the well. Anastasia ordered sternly. Felix and the rest of the team could only pause their exploration with looks of frustrations, not too pleased with the fact that the war for the ancestral wine jar was starting this soon. "I have forwarded the coordinates to you. See anything interesting?" Anastasia said as she eyed her teammates. They are somewhat nearby." Kemd replied, "Are they in the same ruins as us?" "Most likely." Anastasia nodded, "Most of the ruins of the first city are connected. So, we can reach them faster if we just traveled from here." Based on the coordinates, Prince Arantis and his teammates could be reached in 15 to 20 minutes if they traveled at their top speed above the surface. However, the distance would be shortened significantly if they took the ruins path since it was directly connected with them. They wouldn't be forced to search for the ruins entrance that was used by Prince Arantis and his team. "I have no problems with that." Felix agreed. The rest of the team shared the same sentiment. In their eyes, they might get lucky and find even more bloodline treasures on their way. On the other side of the dimensional pocket. "Faster! Faster! We can't leave the dimensional pocket empty-handed. We will steal them from the others if we had to." Princess Kotzes and her teammates could be seen flying towards the ruins like their lives depended on it. They were already pissed and frustrated that they had gotten absolutely nothing in the past 2 days. Now, they have heard that 2 teams had located ruins in their first hours and were farming them ever since. They were royally mad. Princess Kotzes even had thoughts of stealing the bloodline treasures during the chaos. It was totally allowed. In fact, most participants use them as a way to pay for their life. As for Prince Domino and his team, they were also rushing towards the ancestral wine jar's location. The only difference was that Prince Domino had one target in his mind. "You won't be able to run away from me this time," Prince Domino said with a suppressed tone as he relived his last humiliating fight with Felix. In the eyes of normies, Prince Domino shouldn't feel embarrassed at all since no one came out victorious from the fight. Alas, this was Prince Domino. He had never experienced such a treatment before, and he didn't like it one bit. "I believe you know the rules for our little fun tag game." The ancestor Ymir span around Prince Arantis and his teammates while speaking. "Whoever caught the wine jar and held into it for the remaining duration, he will be bestowed with a personal meeting with me. If your performance pleases me, I will give you more than that." Although the way the ancestral dragon was speaking seemed a bit too open and relaxed, neither did Prince Arantis nor the others dared to feel too comfy with him. They had been told that the ancestral dragon personality was kind, causal, uncaring, and informal. But if he was ticked or disrespected, his entire demeanor does a 180-degree switch. Since ancestral dragon Ymir was speaking directly into their minds, the viewers never had actually heard his voice or knew what he was like. Clearly, the dragons wanted to keep it like that, knowing that if his causal demeanor was exposed, most of the respect, worship, and fear he was getting would be lost. After all, Proud high echo-lone dragons like the clan heads and elder dragon, never ever get seen laughing or making a joke. Meanwhile, ancestral dragon Ymir was starting tag games with his descendants. The dragon race would turn into a laughingstock if this ever got out, as the other races were simply waiting for chances to make fun of them. Ancestor, I only have one request. Prince Arantus besought with his head lowered, can we take this to the surface? No one wants to start the war in the ruins sits. It was a reasonable request since the ruins do not get recovered like the rest of the environment above. That's why dragons might be given permission to go all out, but they rarely use their flame orbs, in fear of the explosions reaching even the ruins underneath the surface. Alas! Nope. Ancestor Ymir denied his request, that's your problem to solve. I understand. Prince Arantus didn't dare to oppose his verdict. Let's begin, shall we? The moment the team heard so, the ancestral wine jar teleported hundreds of meters away from them and remained hovering above a building. His teleportation have a quarter of a second cooldown, and he can't teleport for more than a kilometer. So, we need to force him to teleport to an already prepared spot and catch him. Prince Arantus informed his teammates. If the ancestral dragon wasn't putting such limitation on himself, no one in this dimensional pocket would be able to catch him. In fact, if he didn't always actively sought them first, no one would have ever knew he existed in the dimensional pocket. As for the past participants, who didn't locate the ancestral wine jar, they must have either been disappointing or he was simply not in the mood at that time. No one knows his reason for even holding such tag game, so they couldn't understand the rest. Whoosh whoosh. Without further ado, Prince Arantus and his teammates flew in different directions, putting the ancestral wine jar in their center. Brumu, go! Brumu flapped his green-scaled wings to build some momentum, then he surged towards the ancestral wine jar at his top speed with his hand stretched forward. Just as his finger was about to touch the ancestral wine jar, it teleported to another building, leaving behind a small sphere of smoke. Cursor. Before Prince Arantus' message reached Cursor's mind, he was already halfway in his journey towards the ancestral wine jar that had teleported somewhat near him. Knowing that he had a quarter of a second before the ancestral wine jar could teleport again, made it seem like he was on his way to catch it. Alas! The ancestral wine jar wasn't equipped with just teleportation ability. Whoosh! Boom! It flew away from Cursor's grasp at a terrifying speed, making him end up crashing into a wall due to his unstoppable speed. Tell your boys to be more careful. The three clan heads frowned at clan head Azastirth, not too pleased to see their heritage getting destroyed. They are already being careful. Clan head Azastirth wasn't having it. Do you see them using their flames? You guys simply want to slow them down until your teams arrive. The three clan heads' true intentions were exposed. They indeed didn't care that much with a couple of broken rocks. They were just worried that the green team might capture the wine jar while their teammates were still too far. It would be too irritating to give a chase. Fortunately for them, it didn't look like Prince Arantus' plan was working for them. Whenever the ancestral wine jar teleported nearby a green dragon, it easily escapes from his grasp. We need more people if we want this strategy to work. Prince Arantus knitted his eyebrows, knowing that with more people, they would be able to cover more space. As long as they controlled their side, they were bound to catch the ancestral wine jar. Captain, Prince Arantus dropped those thoughts and flew rapidly at the wine jar that was merely a few hundred meters away from him. To boost his speed even further, he released green flames at a high pressure on his feet, turning them into jets. I think I got I. Just as Prince Arantus' slits enlarged in delight at the sight of his hand being so close to the ancestral wine jar, a shadowy white figure passed by him in the blink of an eye. Boom! Before his mind could register what had just happened, the shadowy figure ended up smashing into a building. Stunned, Prince Arantus turned around to see that neither the shadowy figure nor the ancestral wine jar could be seen anymore. Because of his shock, he didn't slow his speed and was met with the same outcome as the shadowy figure. Still, Prince Arantis didn't care as he popped out of the rubble instantly and shouted at the destroyed building with a livid expression, "Who the F***ck ruined my golden chance?" Abruptly, Felix emerged from the dust cloud while being covered from head to toe in electricity and said sarcastically while dusting his hands, "Golden chance? Even with my speed and surprise ambush, I failed to catch it. You certainly are delusional to think you had a chance." Chapter 967 The Partnership. Haha. The human kid is right. Out of nowhere, the wine jar appeared above Felix's head. Not too worried that it would get caught by him, Felix didn't bother to try as well. "Greeting Honorable Dragon Ancestor." Felix bowed his head respectfully at the wine jar, knowing that seeing the Dragon Ancestor was the same as seeing a primogenitor. Sure, he didn't live as long as them, but he was told by Lady Sphinx that he was the only dragon to actually reach their level of strength while taking much less time. He was that good. "I have never thought that I will be seeing another race participate in my little gathering with my children." Ancestor Ymir said with an intrigued tone, "You must have truly earned your place here." "I did." Felix replied in a straightforward manner. "Good, good, good. I hope your existence might motivate those lazy brats to work even harder and keep their dominating status." Ancestor Ymir said. Whoosh! Before Felix could respond, he was forced to evade a green fireball thrown at him by Prince Arantis. "You came here all alone and still dares to relax your guards." Prince Arantis engulfed his claws with green flames as he eyed Felix coldly. "You are really seeking death." "Who said I am alone?" Felix smirked faintly as he looked behind Prince Arantis. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Abruptly, Princess Anastasia, Forgo, Chemd, and Tando all appeared behind the green team, surrounding them from four directions. "Ha, with all due respect to the White Clan, what are they going to do?" Prince Arantis scoffed mockingly, "Heal us with their flames? In fact, my scale is a bit scratched from before. Why don't you polish it for me with your flames?" "Bastard!" Princess Anastasia eyed him coldly. Alas, she knew that he was being right. She could not use her white flames against them as it would merely help them out. "Their flames might be a hindrance in this situation, but I don't need them to use it." Felix grinned widely, "I just need them to hold your teammates for a few moments before I get rid of you with my void domain. Where can you run in this closed space?" "Crap!" Upon hearing so, Prince Arantis' expression turned somewhat ugly at the realization that he was truly in a grave danger. They were underground, Felix was too close to him, he had abilities that countered his flames, and most importantly, he couldn't use destructive abilities in the ruins. With the speed that Felix had shown before, he understood that Felix simply needed to catch him, and he would be dead meat. "Hold on for a second." Prince Arantis coughed, "There is no point in us fighting each other when we haven't even caught the ancestral wine jar, especially when the other two teams are closing in on us. Don't talk to me, she is the captain." Felix pointed at Anastasia while shrugging his shoulders, "If she wants you dead because of your insult, I will have no choice but to comply." Asna and the rest of the tenants could only act deaf to his shameless gaslighting by using the void domain, which he no longer owned. Though, everyone else had no idea about it, making the White Clan team obtain a false sense of empowerment while the Green Clan team feel like they were trapped with a beast. That's how much fear the void domain invoked just by its name. "Anna, you know I am right." Prince Arantis addressed Anastasia this time. As much as she wanted to bush in his crooked face, Anastasia knew that her priority was to win the ceremony. It wouldn't be achieved by engaging in senseless battle within the ruins. "What do you suggest?" Princess Anastasia asked with an indifferent expression. "A temporary partnership," Prince Arantis proposed. "We will help each other to catch the ancestral wine jar. Then, we will transport it outside the ruins, so we can have our battles in peace. The partnership will break only after we get away from the ruins site." Everyone thought about his suggestion for a few moments before realizing that it was the best path forward to solve this dilemma. Ancestor Ymir had made it crystal clear that he wasn't going anywhere. There was no way they would be able to catch the wine jar when they needed to worry about assaults from the other team. What will happen if one of us caught the ancestral wine jar? Anastasia inquired. The problem with the partnership was the end result. Since only one person could hold the wine jar, how would the other team feel if that person wasn't in their side? Were they allowed to attack him in the surface? If they were allowed, it wouldn't be fair since he would have 5 dragons near him, waiting for the opportunity to pounce. How about we give the catcher 10 seconds head start to run away after we reach the surface? Prince Arantus suggested. Both teams will chase him after and the partnership will break. Everyone nodded in satisfaction to this condition. 10 seconds was enough to put moderate distance between the catcher and the chaser. What about the other 2 teams? Princess Anastasia asked. The red team will probably ignore us and go farm bloodline treasures. Prince Arantus smiled coldly. The black team will be the problem. We can offer them to join the partnership. But, if they reject it, we will force them. Sounds good to me. Princess Anastasia manifested a basic partnership holographic contract and added their own sets of terms. She forwarded it to everyone, and they spent a few moments to read it besides Prince Arantus. When he saw that it was loophole-free, he signed it and was followed by the rest of his teammates. The moment they did so, everyone relaxed their tense shoulders, not worrying any more about getting attacked. What's the strategy? Princess Anastasia asked in a newly created private chat that included the Green Clan team. We will spread out and hold out an area each. It will facilitate catching the ancestral wine jar without getting exhausted by running after it like headless chicken. Prince Arantus included them in his strategy. Sounds good, we will try something new if we failed. Princess Anastasia accepted it, having no intentions to bash heads with Prince Arantus right from the start. I will take this place, Felix said while jumping above the highest tower in the site, giving him visibility on the entire golden broken city. Fine. Prince Arantus got a bit pissed at Felix since that was his location, but he also didn't want to cause troubles right from the beginning. He knew that the moment Prince Domino arrives, everyone would get complicated. He preferred getting the F***ck out of the ruins before then. After everyone took their positions, the ancestor Ymir yawned. You guys are done. Thank you for your patience, ancestor. We can play now. Princess Anastasia requested respectfully. Ancestor Ymir response was by teleporting to the center of their formation. Forgo. Being the closest to the center, Forgo attempted to catch the ancestral wine jar by propelling it to Tando by using his dragon breath. Alas, the wine jar managed to evade it perfectly before teleporting to another area that was guarded by Chemd. Unfortunately, she didn't even manage to cross half the distance before the wine jar blinked to somewhere else. This kept going on for more than 2 minutes without any kind of success. No one had even touched the ancestral wine jar. Felix. Before long, the ancestral wine jar teleported nearby Felix. Everyone expected that he would unfold his wings and appear right next to the ancestral wine jar, but Felix merely glanced at it for a split second before it teleported to another place. What the hell are you doing? Prince Arantus was livid at his lack of participation in their plan. This was the 3rd time the ancestral wine jar entered Felix's range, and he ignores it. Prince Arantus went quiet for the first 2 times to avoid unnecessary problems, but his patience had run dry at last. Studying his movement. Felix replied causally, you guys are doing great, though. Keep it up. Studying his movement. Studying his movement. Prince Arantus took a deep breath to push his rising anger and said, Anna, deal with your teammate. Anastasia glanced at Felix and saw that he was as serious as ever. If it were someone else, she might think that he was lazing around after seeing that their strategy was unsuccessful, but no Felix. He had too much to lose on this ceremony. His bloodline treasures would be taken away, he wouldn't get the ancestral scales, and lastly, he would lose out the favor of the White Clan. After all, if he didn't help them win the ceremony, his entire existence would be worthless in their eyes. I believe in him. Anastasia replied with a firm tone, if you don't like it, we can change the strategy. You are really pushing your luck. I don't care. Seeing that Princess Anastasia wasn't going to change her mind, Prince Arantis could only curse them both and focus on his area again. There are too many possibilities. Felix thought inwardly, I have to limit the ancestral wine jar movement by much more to find the perfect opening to catch it. Felix was already convinced that speed wasn't all it took to catch the ancestral wine jar. After all, he tried to catch it while having his speed boosted by 5 railgun rings at the beginning. It was pure luck that he managed to even target the place where it teleported, yet, he still failed to catch it. I guess I can only use that technique. Chapter 968 Reformation Technique. Be right back. Felix said to Anastasia before flying away from the game zone. Prince Arantis and the rest weren't pleased one bit by Felix's departure, but they didn't want to lose focus and miss out on a chance to catch the ancestral wine jar. After Felix arrived at an empty and spacious area, he extended his arm forward and summoned more than 100 gemstone golems. All of them were made out of a pink shimmering gemstones, leaving the viewers at loss for words at the uncanny sight. Pink color truly didn't match with giant buff golems. Nevertheless, 100 of them gathered in one place. Felix wasn't done. Gemstone concentration. The moment he used this passive, the giant golems began to shrink in size at a noticeable speed while also turning much thinner. In a few seconds at best, the dreadful giant golem's army was turned into a non-threatening pink Smurfs camp. The viewers didn't know whether to laugh or cry at such funny scene. Who could blame them? The golems barely reached 1 meter in height. Though, the pink color got noticeably darker, making it seem like the gemstone were murky. Felix didn't care about any of this, he was still not done. He moved his white hairstalk to the side, exposing his transparent purplish root gemstone. Then, he mewed, "Root gemstone, bestow life to my subjects." The root gemstone abruptly started brightening up akin to a neon stick until Felix's forehead started emitting purplish light in front of him. The moment the light touched the surface of those dumb-looking small golems, 2 spherical gemstones emerge in their eyes position and start shimmering with the same light. After the root gemstone's light touched the entire army, it dimmed out and disappeared in a brief moment. **T, even with my insane mental energy capacity, I am still this exhausted. Light-headed, Felix massaged his eyelids, feeling like the world was spinning around him. Lady Sphinx didn't lie at all, the root gemstone was truly the best mutation he had gotten from Carbuncle. It was capable of controlling all living gemstones without an exception, at the same time, it was capable of bestowing life temporary to them. Life simply implied remarkable intelligence and the ability to think for oneself. With Carbuncle being around, he showed Felix the ropes of his mutation without any requests. Though, the side effect was the terrifying reliance on the owner's mental energy. If Felix hadn't enhanced it inside the fairy's dimensional pocket, he wouldn't be able to bring to life even 2 gemstone golems. Thud. Thud. Abruptly, all the pink gemstone golems took a knee before Felix in a unified fashion, confusing the viewers even more about what's going on. Alas, Felix was strapped for time to bother clarifying his abilities for them. I only have 10 minutes before the life bestowal effect expire. He ordered swiftly, "Follow me." Felix flew back to the game zone and was chased closely by his army, shocking the viewers with their fine movement and extraordinary speed. How the f***ck are they that fast? The question is, how are they capable of jumping from building to building in that fine manner? Aren't they made out of gemstones? They are even more flexible than me. Unlike the slow and dumb giant golems, this army resembled a unit of assassins. This ought to make the viewers feel astounded, as they had never expected to see gemstone golems this quick and flexible. This was only possible by using a technique called Reformation that Felix created after combining 3 abilities with the right attributed gemstone. The chosen attributed gemstone was called Koltnal. It was considered the lightest gemstone ever discovered in the universe. It was almost as light as a feather, but at the same time, it possessed a normal level of hardness. With the gemstone concentration passive, the golems didn't just get their sizes reduced, but their speed enhanced even more. That's because the passive was capable of boosting the attribute depending on how much the gemstone get concentrated. The only drawback was the size reduction, turning the gemstone into an easily breakable stone. "I am here," Felix announced the moment he returned to his spot on the top of the tower. The moment everyone turned to look at him, they were left shocked by the sight of his army, situated behind him on many buildings. "Felix, what are those?" Anastasia asked what was in everyone's minds. "You will find out soon," Felix replied while spreading out his army on the entire game zone. There were pink thin golems on windows, next to rubble, on roofs, on the roads, literally everywhere in a 1-kilometer radius. The moment they had gotten in their positions, Felix ordered calmly, "Catch it when it enters your area." Every gemstone golem gave a single nod with their shimmering eyes affixed on the ancestral wine akin to hawks. "How will those stupid rocks even help us?" Prince Arantus scoffed. "By the time they react, the ancestral wine jar would have already teleported to somewhere else. Just mind your area." Felix eyed him coldly. "Who the hell you think you are to spy? That's enough, the Black Clan team is just around the corner." Before Prince Arantus could finish his curse, Princess Anastasia shut him down. Prince Arantus decided to drop it after being reminded of the approaching Black Clan team. The ancestral wine jar started to teleporting around the place after seeing that everyone was getting active in their hunt. As Prince Arantus mentioned, the pink golems were still too slow to catch the ancestral wine jar even when it teleported next to them. However, they were still fast enough to push it to teleport away from them, acting as a point checker. This had actually alleviated some stress on the teams since they had their zones get shrank significantly with their addition. Unfortunately, it merely put everyone even more in despair at the notion that catching the ancestral wine jar with this strategy was close to impossible. "I think it's time to change the strategy," Anastasia proposed. "If only we had the other teams as well, we can definitely catch it." Prince Arantus was still convinced that the problem wasn't with his plan. That's because he had seen it succeeded in a previous cycle that occurred hundreds of years ago. Though, it worked well because they were above surface, making them go all out without worrying about the environment. "I will give it another minute," Anastasia said firmly. "You better start thinking of a new plan like me." "Fair." While the captains were discussing the change of the plan, Felix was completely zoned on the teleporting ancestral wine jar. His eyes were like tracers as they kept following the ancestral wine jar wherever it went. After spending more than 30 seconds like this, Felix grinned faintly. "I knew it." He finally saw what he wanted. Railgun rings. Felix extended his palm and manifested 3 sets of 5 rings in front of him. The first set was aiming at building, the second one was targeting a statue, and the last one was directly aligned with a window. The appearance of those rings made his teammates excited a bit as they had seen what he could do with them, unlike the Green Clan team. Felix ignored everyone's looks and started counting in his mind, 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2. The moment he reached 2, Felix tightened his legs muscles while bending his knee as much as he could. 1. Whoosh! Boom! With a brilliant flash of electricity, Felix flew through the middle set of the railgun rings and emerged behind a building after piercing through it akin to a spear. His abrupt actions had shocked Prince Arantus and his teammates, forcing them to break out of their concentration and focus on the dusty cloud, rising from the building. "Can you stop f***ing around already and just hold your damn zone?" Prince Arantus cursed out loud with murderous eyes, finally losing his patience with Felix's useless antics. "The only person f***ing around here is you." Felix emerged from the dust cloud with a nonchalant expression and his white hair completely electrified, resembling white spikes. Yet, no one bothered to look at it as their eyes were fully captured by a brown wine jar caught in his right hand. Yuhui? How? Prince Arantis' eyes were almost popping out of their sockets in disbelief at the captured wine jar. At least he managed to voice out his confusion and shock as the rest of his teammates and viewers were left absolutely dumbfounded. They were just watching the ancestral wine jar making a fool out of everyone before it got caught a split second later in the most bizarre way possible. Ha ha ha. That was a fantastic catch, boy. How did you do it? Ancestor Ymir said with a joyful tone in everyone's minds. Calculation, memorization, and prediction. Felix summed it up with 3 keywords while having a faint smirk in his face. Chapter 969 L got you. I didn't expect that you will find out about it in the 4th cycle. It wouldn't have been possible without my cute golems. Felix replied while cancelling his summon, putting his little golems to rest. Upon hearing their discussion, Prince Arantis and the rest had gotten even more confused about this insane development. As much as Prince Arantis wanted to know, he refused to make himself look ignorant. Luckily for him, Princess Anastasia had no such thoughts. You really are an enigma. Princess Anastasia praised Felix before asking what was in everyone's minds. How did you know that he will appear there? Although Felix had already given them the summarized response, none of them comprehended what he meant by it besides Ancestor Ymir. If you guys pulled back like me and watched Ancestor Ymir's movement, you will also see that they weren't randomized at all. Felix explained calmly, he was always teleporting to the same places in specific order. However, because he was teleporting always and so fast, it was extremely hard to memorize all the places and attempt to predict the next location. I used my golem's army to hasten his cycle, so I could study it and memorize it faster. Felix concluded with a faint smile, the moment I memorized all of his spots and the order, it was effortless to catch him by appearing in his next location before he teleports. Thinking back, I did feel like some locations were recurring. Anastasia exclaimed in surprise after hearing his explanation. Me too. Tando nodded. The rest of the dragons all agreed as well. If I was given enough time I would have arrived at the same conclusion, if only I had the golems. Ability. Prince Arantis said, trying to steal some of the spotlight on Felix to heal his wounded pride. Yeah sure. Felix chuckled as he walked past him, not acknowledging his existence. Although he was holding the ancestral wine jar, he didn't worry one bit that Prince Arantis would take a swing at him. As expected, Prince Arantis could only grit his teeth to hold back his suppressed anger from gushing out on Felix. The black team and the red team has arrived and are waiting for you at the exit of the ruins. Suddenly, both captains received this message from their clan heads. They knitted their eyebrows while trading knowing glances with each other. When the others saw their sudden shift in reaction, they knew what was going now. Both teams are holding the exit of the ruins. Should we go out or contact them to erect a short truce to avoid getting bombarded by them? Prince Arantis took advantage of the situation to change the subject to his favor. Contact them. Princess Anastasia said, we don't need to worry about the red team as they are probably waiting for us to leave, so they can enter and farm bloodline treasures. But, the black team is too unpredictable with Prince Domino being the captain. Alright, you contact Prince Domino and I will contact Princess Kotsus. Prince Arantis said with a stoic expression, not wanting to expose that he had been blocked by Prince Domino. No one thought of it any weirdly since it was known fact that those two didn't get along at all. DOM, we have caught the ancestral wine jar. We are seeking a temporary truce to leave the ruins. It's in everyone's best interest to take the battle to the surface. Princess Anastasia disclosed. Okay. Prince Domino replied in a brief moment with his agreement. He was a reasonable person to understand that if he refused the truce, both teams wouldn't bother leaving the ruins. This would force him to go down. He also wanted to avoid causing a ruckus inside the ruins. Meanwhile, Princess Kotsus agreed to the truce in a heartbeat, wanting nothing more for them to get the F***ck out of the ruins and go brawl somewhere else. After they came to an understanding, Felix and the rest exited the ruins from entrance found by the Green Clan team. The moment they lifted their heads, they saw 10 humanoid dragons surrounding the exit from the sky. Damn, he really is pissed. Felix coughed after seeing that Prince Domino's eyes got set in black flames the instant he saw him. Hee, good, good, good. Prince Arantis' mood turned for the better the instant he spotted the sparkles between Felix and Prince Domino. His original plan might not have worked as he anticipated, but it did result in creating friction between his two current rivals. Did something happen between you and Prince Domino? Anastasia asked with a concerned tone. We kinda had a short fight, and he didn't like the outcome of it. Felix said sheepishly, knowing that he had brought his entire team in his mess. Out of the way, ... Before Anastasia could respond, Princess Kotzes and her teammates dashed through the entrance like a pack of hungry wolves spotting a sheep from a distance. Who could blame them for reacting like this? This was their only chance to turn their normal sacred flames into an attributed one. Sure, it was long a shot, but it was still an opportunity. After the three teams remained, Prince Arantis stepped forward and said, based on the contract terms, we will give the ancestral wine jar holder 10 seconds head start to run away. He will decide when the timer begins. 10 seconds is too much. Prince Domino frowned. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't hesitate to give them even more time. But this was Felix, and he had seen personally what kind of speed he could reach in pressured situation. He didn't dare to imagine how far Felix would get in 10 seconds. It will be fine. Prince Arantis smirked as he eyed Princess Anastasia. I am certain that the heir of the White Clan would want to resume the responsibilities of holding into the wine jar. Am I right? Prince Arantis wasn't bothered by Felix's speed since he was confident that Princess Anastasia would hold into the ancestral wine jar. After all, if she didn't get it now, it would be extremely difficult to do so during the fight. That's because the holder had to always have the ancestral wine jar in his hand until the end of the ceremony. The instant he let go of it, the ancestor would give them 3 seconds before resuming his teleportation. He was merely doing this to have fun with his descendants instead of bullying them. But, it didn't mean that he would give out a personal meeting with someone incapable of even protecting a wine jar for a couple of days. It had happened in many cycles, forcing the ceremony to end with the Red Clan team being the final winner because of gathering the most bloodline treasures. That's the second condition to win when no team had managed to keep the ancestral wine jar on them. What do you think? Felix asked. I don't know. Princess Anastasia was a bit stumped. She knew that holding the ancestral wine jar was her duty as the captain and the teammates were supposed to hand it to her without questions asked. But, she was true to herself, making her understand that if the ancestral wine jar remained with Felix, they would have a much better chance of winning the ceremony. However, there was a considerable downside in this plan that would cause the White Clan to receive a heavy backlash. Felix meeting the ancestor Ymir. Not a single dragon was thrilled of such notion. I don't mind handing you the ancestral wine jar. I will do my utmost best to defend you both. Felix promised. Felix wasn't interested in irking the entire dragon by meeting the ancestor Ymir. In his mind, the ancestral wine jar was a hot potato that he wanted nothing more but to get rid of it. Plus, he knew that it would be much easier for him to fight without the ancestral wine jar since he wouldn't be restricted. After all, the stated that the holder had to keep the ancestral wine jar in his hand and in open sight. I will leave my protection in your hands, guys. In the end, Anastasia decided to do the sensible thing. As the captain and the heir of the current clan head, she would look beyond weak and pathetic if she didn't take the wine jar from Felix. Since she was reflecting the White Clan, it would be an embarrassing situation to them as well. The only reason they were trying to win the ceremony was to establish their honor and pride back. It would be for naught if she chickened out right now. I got you. Felix smiled faintly and threw the ancestral wine jar to her. The moment she caught it, Felix extended his arm forward and manifested 5 railgun rings in front of Anastasia. Prince Arantus and Prince Domino felt their hearts sink to the bottom of their stomach after seeing Anastasia preparing to go through the rings. They completely forgot that their scales protected them from the electricity, which in turn, made it possible for Anastasia to use the railgun rings as well. The worst part? They couldn't stop it from happening due to the contract. God damn this F***ing human and his cancerous abilities. Chapter 970 Against 8 Elite Royal Dragons. Without an ounce of hesitation, Princess Anastasia took off through the railgun rings, disappearing in the horizons in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, Felix and the rest of his teammates separated from the other 2 teams by heading west. The contract enforced that no one could chase after Princess Anastasia in 10 seconds, but they were allowed to go around if they wanted. Go after them and keep the Dragon Slayer locked. I will handle Anna, take care of her teammates. Make sure that bastard human doesn't use those electrical rings at all. When Prince Domino and Prince Arantus noticed the White Clan team's separation, they ordered their teammates to go after them. In their eyes, Princess Anastasia wasn't a worthy threat for an entire team to mobilize against her. However, the opposite was true in the case of Felix. As expected, they won't give me free rein. Felix wasn't surprised at all by the sight of 8 dragons chasing after them. He understood that it would be impossible for those 2 captains to allow him to use his railgun rings at peace. After all, he could keep boosting himself and team's speed until they catch up to Anastasia and back her up. Princess, you will be chased by the 2 captains alone. Felix updated. How about you guys? Princess Anastasia frowned. Will you be fine against 8 dragons? I doubt they will start a fight willingly. Felix said, they will try to buy time for their captains to get to you first. I see. Princess Anastasia confessed, I will be honest, I am not equal with those 2 monsters when it came to speed and endurance. They will catch up to me eventually when I start getting fatigued. In other words, it was all a matter of time when Anastasia would get caught. It might take half an hour, or even a day. It was bound to happen since she couldn't keep flying non-stop for 5 days in a row at the same pace. Don't worry, the others will help you. What does that mean? Tando eyed him weirdly from the side. I will stay behind to hold the lines while you guys assist Anastasia. Felix disclosed calmly. Don't try to be a F***ing hero. Forgo cursed immediately, you will get yourself killed, deeming you useless for the rest of the ceremony. I have to side with Forgo on this one. Princess Anastasia said with a stern tone, I don't mind handing over the ancestral wine jar when it gets tough, we can always steal it back later on. But, if something happened to you, we are done for. Don't worry, I know what I am doing. Felix said, I know for a fact that if I decided to split from you, both princes will order their teammates to focus on me alone. If so, why not take them on a goose chase and join you later? Thinking about it more carefully, Princess Anastasia and the rest realized that he was indeed speaking the truth. Prince Domino and Prince Arantus were so proud of their strength, they would feel like going against the White Clan team without Felix would pose many problems. Hence, instead of splitting their team to chase both sides and end up not locking either of them, they would rather send everyone after Felix. As long as he was tied down, they could deal with the other **t. Go. 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 At last, the 10 seconds head start had finally ended, breaking everyone from the contract's bind. Princes Domino and Prince Arantus left behind them a mirage and a thunderous explosion, as they chased after Princess Anastasia akin to hyenas. Felix and his teammates also picked up their speed in the same direction. Felix knew that he could stand still and manifest the railgun rings to boost his speed, but he refused to leave his teammates against 8 dragons. They wouldn't hesitate to slaughter them since only Forgo could be considered as a legitimate threat. As for boosting his teammates' speed, he knew that he would be attacked the instant he attempted to do so. This is quite bad. Clan head Kirsoon wasn't too pleased by the current development, his daughter was all on her own while rest of the team were getting pressured from behind. If only she left the wine jar with our lord. He will play everyone like a fiddle. Sigh, this is going to end horribly for the White Clan team. I actually think that the smartest move is to give up on the wine jar as fast as possible and retrieve it later from the koas. They still have 5 days. Majority of the viewers believed that the White Clan team was in a pinch and kept voicing their own opinions. Meanwhile, the White Clan team had an entirely different strategy in mind. Split now. Felix ordered as he increased his speed to the limit while going in an entirely different direction than Anastasia's location. Meanwhile, his teammates kept flying in the same direction but not so stacked up as before, trying to confuse their chasers as much as possible. They certainly did as they immediately reached out to their captains. The Dragon Slayer has gone on his separate way. What do we do? Dragon Slayer has gone solo. He is heading west as we speak. Orders. Upon receiving the report, both Prince Arantus and Prince Domino had an irritable look surface on their faces. They instantly figured out that Felix was trying to bait out their teammates, so his own teammates could help out Princess Anastasia. Stay on him and don't do anything drastic. Prince Arantus ordered, just help out the Black Clan in holding him. Let them handle the fighting. Prince Arantus believed that Prince Domino would order his teammates to teach Felix a lesson since he was all alone, but he was deadly mistaken. Stay on him but don't start the fight. Prince Domino ordered coldly, he is mine. Under the dumbfounded eyes of the viewers, Felix was now being chased by 8 elite royal dragons from the 2 strongest dragon clans. As for Forgo, Kemd, and Tando, they were left alone, making them feel a bit humiliated, especially Forgo. As a proud royal black dragon, who was a previous ceremonial winner, he had never been disregarded this badly. You will regret ignoring me, F***ers. Forgo vowed in resentment. Still, Forgo stuck with the plan, knowing that his chance to demonstrate his capabilities would come in due time. What now? Asna asked as she eyed the horrific formation of 8 royal dragons behind Felix. Take advantage of this opportunity to thin the herd a bit. Felix smirked faintly. Felix knew that both teams were expecting each other to start the fight or not, but no one was expecting him to strike first. After all, stopping to attack meant getting caught and surrounded by them. In their eyes, unless he was a retard, he would never consider doing so. Who should I start with? Felix glanced back and scanned everyone's expressions. After spotting that there were 2 dragons, who appeared to be quite relaxed and had their guards down, Felix picked one of them. Let's begin. Felix extended his palm forward and started releasing a thick poisonous pitch-black cloud that left a long trail behind him. It also completely hid him from the prying infrared eyes of his chasers. Avoid it. Evade it. The 2 second-in-command royal dragons ordered simultaneously while skiving slightly to the side. Inside the black poisonous cloud, Felix had beamed his battleaxe and tripled his size. Then, he abruptly stopped and manifested 5 railgun rings in front of him. Because the lightning was capable of evaporating the poison, the dragons managed to see a bit of the ring's outlines, making them recognize what it was immediately. *T. He is trying to escape. Stop him. Everyone fired prepared projectiles at the railgun rings, wanting to destroy them before Felix could go through them. They did succeed in breaking them apart but not before Felix hurled his battleaxe through them. The electrified battleaxe flew so fast, everyone managed to see only a glimpse of light before it disappeared into the sky. What was that? Was that him? Did we fail? The 8 royal dragons were left baffled and also worried that Felix had managed to escape from their grasp. They knew that their captains would give them hell for it. However, their riled-up emotions were soon appeased after the poisonous smoke disappeared and exposed Felix. We foiled his chance to escape. Quickly encircle him. Without an ounce of hesitation, the green team and the black team spread out swiftly and surrounded Felix from 8 directions. The green team took care of the right side and the black team had the left side. You should have never stopped. The Green Clan team second in command Mani said indifferently as she eyed Felix. If I don't, how can I kill you guys? Felix gave an honest smile that was borderline a bit creepy. Chapter 971 You guys were saying? Kill us. The Black Clan team's second in command Grevraer scoffed, you should feel lucky that our captain is saving you for himself. Hey? You guys aren't planning to fight him? Mani frowned in displeasure, not liking where this was going. We will give you the honor. Grevraer said. It was now clear to everyone watching that none of the teams had any intentions of fighting Felix even though he was heavily outnumbered. Will you look at that? Felix chuckled, why won't you just confess that you guys are scared of me? This taunt sure did a number on all the dragons around him as they were now staring at his with murderous looks. What? If you are pissed, do something. Felix said nonchalantly. Mani. Just give the order and I will bombard him. Brumu said coldly, we can teach him a lesson without going all out. You're right. Mani nodded, as long as we hold our sights and not expose our backs to the black team, we can give that arrogant human a taste. Hehe, let's show him hell. Phew. Before Brumu could get too excited, his instincts screamed at him to evade out of nowhere. True to his nature, Brumu acted on his instincts without questioning them. Unfortunately, that was still not enough to save his neck from the crescent battleaxe that sliced it akin to butter. How? Brumu spent the next second in complete disbelief, not daring to accept the fact that his head was flying in the sky, far away from his body. He could only stare at it in doubt while his vision was going blurry. Thud. You guys were saying? Felix asked causally as he caught his electrified crescent battleaxe and placed it on his shoulder. He didn't even bother to look at Brumu's falling corpse. Mani, Grevraer, and the rest of the royal dragons all felt cold chills course on their necks after seeing the bloody battleaxe's blade. Only now did they figure out that the blink of light they saw before was the crescent battleaxe. Haha. As expected of my Felix. Self-it cheered, figuring out immediately what had just happened. It turned out, Felix had used his crescent battleaxe's targeting futhark to lock on Brumu's neck. The targeting futhark ensured that the battleaxe would reach its target, regardless of which direction it was thrown due to its boomerang-like design. Felix had boosted its speed significantly with the railgun rings while throwing it towards the sky. If this play was captured in the UVR, the viewers would have seen a replay of the crescent battleaxe changing its course midair and circling behind the 8 royal dragons. While they had their emotions distorted because of Felix's taunts, there was no way they would be able to evade a surprise attack with such an uncanny speed and accuracy. Even Prince Domino almost had his neck sliced if it wasn't for his monstrous reflexes being a step above everyone else. Mani didn't care about any of this as her anger had already hit the ceiling by the sight of her own teammate dying under her leadership. You are f***ing dead. She bellowed while engulfing herself in sinister green flames. Just as pissed off, Cursor and Mivad also popped off their green flames and sharpened their claws before charging towards Felix all at once. None of them cared any more about Prince Arantis' orders. He asked them to hold down Felix and not initiate a fight, but he didn't tell them to stand still when he killed one of them. Kill him. Clan head Azastirth supported their decision with a frigid expression, not too pleased by the fact that first dragon to go down was from their clan. On the other hand, Clan head Kirsoon didn't know if he should feel happy that Felix had taken down a green royal dragon or scold him for provoking a fight while outnumbered. Crystal wings shards. Meanwhile, Felix had anticipated their reaction and activated his 4th gemstone ability. He started to spin around himself while flapping his wings as fast as possible, creating a raging tornado. Just as Mani and her teammates wanted to breathe fire inside the tornado to expel Felix, hundreds of white crystal feathers showered them from every direction, forcing them to guard their neck and head. Bam bam bam! The crystal shards were so sharp and deadly, their scales weren't able to block them completely, turning their arms and torso into a porcupine. The wounds were very shallow, but they were considered as wounds. If their defenses wasn't enhanced with their anger, they might have gotten even deeper. Felix ordered calmly, "Recall." Just like a magic trick, the crystal feathery shards were all pulled back from their bodies and attached themselves in the wings before getting launched swiftly again. This was the reason Felix preferred keeping this active ability instead of the gemstone arsenal. It was purely related to his wings mutation, which in turn reduced the elemental energy to the minimum. "Should we strike the Green Clan?" Jurv asked while watching the three green dragons getting forced back by one ability that was being spammed by Felix non-stop. In the eyes of the viewers, it looked like he had created a hurricane of never-ending deadly shards that just keep going in and out. "No," Greverer said calmly, "no need to get ourselves involved in this mess. Just make sure that none of them leave this area." Since Felix hadn't targeted them, their plan hadn't changed. Fire at will. When Mani realized that it would be difficult to penetrate the shard's salvo, she withdrew back and manifested cosmic sword made out of pure green fire. Without an ounce of hesitation, she swung it at Felix akin to a real sword by using her external manipulation. The sword was big enough it dwarfed Felix's tornado or the shards, making him discern that he wasn't going to survive it if he held his grounds. Whoosh! So, Felix stopped spinning at once and flew higher to evade the green sword. The moment he did so, he was assaulted by gigantic hammer and a spear that were stretching for hundreds of meters. The heat it delivered could be felt even through Felix's void suit. But, because of its size, Felix was easily able to evade it. Still, the three Green Clan dragons kept swinging their magnificent weapons from a safe distance, using their external range to their advantage. When Mani noticed that the black team were keeping their distance, she got bolder and more committed in her attacks. She swung the green sword at Felix again. The instant he evaded it, she clapped her hands to release countless smaller green fire swords from it. Because Felix was too close to the giant green sword and was pressured by the other two flame weapons, he found it much harder to dodge them in time. Danbkanite exoskeleton. This forced him to coat his wings in black crystals and use them to guard his body. Boom boom boom. The black wings got bombarded by a rain of green swords, but because of Danbkanite's attribute, they got reflected. Nevertheless, Mani didn't pause her assault but actually ordered her teammates to increase the pressure to force Felix into the ground. After all, he couldn't remain in the sky for long without flapping his wings even once. Felix had guessed their strategy and covered himself entirely with Danbkanite skin. This allowed him to stay in the air, but it didn't help him stop the never-ending salvo. Although the Danbkanite skin protected him from the flames and its soul-burning effect, the force was still a pain in the ass, especially when he was being hit from every direction. "I am going in," Mani ordered before dashing towards Felix with her flaming claws ready for slaughter. Her external manipulation was so outstanding, she was capable of pressuring Felix with ranged abilities while attempting to take him down in a close battle. "Be careful of his void domain," Brumo warned. "I know." Mani understood that the only way to kill Felix was by dominating him from closed range since their elemental abilities were heavily countered. If she wasn't certain that he would use void domain to survive their flame orbs, she would have used minimized versions of them. "As long as I don't get caught, I can easily evade it." Mani eyed Felix coldly while taking a horrifying swing at his neck with her claws. Clink! Felix managed to block it with his battleaxe even though he was engulfed in green flames. Cling! Cling! Mani continued her maddened assault, wanting nothing more but to break apart his black crystal coating. She knew that the moment he loses its protection, the green flames would finally show him true hell by burning his soul. The agony would be so much to handle, his battle senses would take a major dip, allowing her to truly target his vitals. Felix recognized that he was really in a pinch and if he didn't do something to change the statu quo, this dimensional pocket would be his grave. "It's time to bring out the big guns." Felix's entire demeanor changed as he eyed Mani like she was walking dead corpse. If only Mani was able to see through his void suit head cover, she would have pulled back faster than she approached him. Alas! Crystallization, activate. Felix murmured in his mind. Chapter 972 Carbuncle's ultimate ability. Crystallization, activate. Felix murmured in his mind. Abruptly, Felix's root gemstone changed color to transparent red while turning brighter and brighter. Clang! The instant Felix parried Mani's claws, he turned his head to face her chest, then, he exposed his root gemstone in the open by removing his Danbkanite's exoskeleton. This shocked Mani and everyone else, as they had never expected that Felix would leave himself defensiveless like this against their flames. Arg! It was painful all right, as Felix felt like his soul was burning by flames of hell, making him growl with suppressed tone. Ouch! UB*TCH. Asna cursed Mani after her soul got caught in the crossfire as well. Felix fought against the agony and shouted in his mind, "Fire!" Suddenly, a bright red beam was projected from his root gemstone into Mani's chest. Because she was so close to him, startled by his Danbkanite exoskeleton disappearance, and had no idea about the existence of such ability, the red beam hit her straight in the center. With a late reaction, Mani attempted to pull back from Felix and figure out what was that beam. Alas, she found out about its effect soon enough, as her entire torso promptly started to crystallize. Just like a plague, the crystallization kept spreading throughout the rest of her body, not sparing even her claws. "What did you do to me?" Absolutely horrified, Mani yelled at Felix while trying her best to break the red crystals building onto her. Instead of replying, Felix covered himself in the Danbkanite exoskeleton again to defend against the never-ending salvo of projectiles. "Turning you into a beautiful crystal statue," Felix answered while huffing in exhaustion after his soul was finally spared from the burning effect. If he hadn't already experienced a much worse pain when he had split his soul with Asna, he would have honestly failed to use his gemstone peak ability, Crystallization Beam. "No. No. No. Make it stow." Before Mani could finish her sentence, her head got completely covered in crystals, making her get solidified with her mouth wide open. If someone looked inside her mouth, they would see that even her inner body wasn't spared from the crystallization process. The moment the crystallization effect engulfed her wings, Felix caught her to avoid falling into the ground. Cursor and Midgard stopped their assault at once when they saw that Mani had been captured. Finally, some peace. Felix murmured while hugging Mani, who had completely turned into a breathing realistic statue made out of red gemstones. Everyone's widened eyes were affixed on Mani's gemstone statue, still doubting if what their eyes were feeding them were real or just a bad case of CGI. An elite green royal dragon has been turned into a gemstone statue without the ability to break through it. Their minds were simply incapable of comprehending how was that even possible. "Here, take her," Felix said causally as he threw Mani towards Midgard, who was the closest to him. "Catch her!" Cursor shouted the instant he broke out of his daze. Without an ounce of hesitation, Midgard went to intercept Mani, not noticing that Felix was flying away from her. "Hey! Why is it shining?" When Midgard got too close to Mani and tried to catch her, he was startled to see that she was shining brilliantly. Because Mani's life was in danger of falling to the ground, he didn't bother too much with it and reached out his arms to grab her. Alas, the instant his finger touched the red crystal, he was welcomed with a sudden blinding flash of light that spread out to reach even the black team further back, forcing them to close their eyes instinctively. "Get OUTT!" Greverer hallowed in his team voice chat in utter fear while flying backward without opening his eyes. His teammates were so used to this type of blinding light, they reflexively flew away without even needing to hear Greverer's warning. Boom! Before they could get far, a thunderous explosion resounded deeply in their souls, making them quiver from fear and the shockwave it resulted from the explosion. The black team were sent flying many kilometers away from purely its shockwave. Fortunately for them, this was the only harm they suffered from the explosion compared to Cursor, who had many light wounds covering his entire body. If this was his ending, there was not much to speculate on what happened to Midgard, who was literally point blank with the core of the explosion. When the dust settled, his body was seen trapped between two blackened boulders. He was missing his limbs, giant chunks of his flesh, and half of his head was gone, leaving the other completely scorched black. Dragons might be immune to fire, but they were nowhere close immune to the disastrous force from the explosions. Sheesh! Felix took a deep breath while peeking from behind a barrier made out of white adamantine at the destruction he caused. Honest to God, Felix expected that the explosion would be big, but he had absolutely no clue it would be this f***ing terrifying. I warned you boy to be careful in using my crystallization beam. Carbuncle said while taking hits from a fat joint in his mouth. It is capable of crystallizing everything physical that it touches. If you used the explosive red argodite as the base of crystallization, the explosion produced would differ with the object involved. Thor didn't call Carbuncle's ultimate ability as pain in the ass for no reason. The fact that he could crystallize anything physical to any kind of attributed gemstone was quite insane to think about. Felix had used argodite gemstone as his base to crystallize Mani. This in turn made her able to explode by friction with the wind. If he wanted, he could easily crystallize boulders and turn them into white adamantine to build a defensive barrier around him from nature. Or even crystallize rivers into blue nabemite, making them defy gravity. There were countless other applications to it. The only downsides for such an ability was the beam speed and the heavy consumption of energy depending on the complexity of the target. Not to forget the energy required to sustain keeping the target crystallized. If Felix's target was Prince Domino, Felix knew that there was a big chance of him evading the beam even if he was put in the same circumstances as Mani. Even if he managed to crystallize him, Prince Domino would be able to break through the crystallization process since it acted just like a plague. If one was fast enough to get rid of the crystals entirely, he would be fine. I will be more careful next time. Felix nodded while creating 5 railgun rings and speeding through them in direction of Anastasia. The black team could only watch him fly away, having cold feet about chasing him after what they had just witnessed. Let's report this to the captain. Greverer said as his eyes remained affixed on Felix, who appeared to be merely a tiny dot. He knew that even if he gave a chase, there was no way they would catch him with his monstrous speed. Well, that's has just happened. Red Clan head Bemid coughed as he glanced at the Green Clan head Azastirth. This can't be happening, this isn't right. As he expected, Clan head Azastirth was beyond riled up and pissed. In fact, he was still unable of even voicing his own thoughts as he had no idea how to comment on the disastrous and humiliating defeat his clan team had just suffered. 4 elite royal dragons against 1 human. Yet, 3 of them had gotten killed while the last one was injured. He simply could not find an excuse for their defeat without making himself and his clan become a laughingstock. At the moment, the viewers weren't laughing at them. In fact, Felix's fans seemed too nonchalant about their miserable defeat. As I have expected of our god landlord, nothing can stand before him. I don't doubt for a second that he could have killed all 8 royal dragons if he wanted. I couldn't agree more, brother. He left the fight because he was clearly too bored. Gemstone abilities are really something. But honestly, they won't amount much if they weren't utilized by our Lord and Savior. If Clan head Azastirth read such comments, he would honestly cough out blood in anger. This was far much worse than laughing at them since it made his team appear like they were children messing with an adult. Hehe, we have truly made the right bet. Meanwhile, Clan head Kiran's was extremely delighted by Felix's performance, making him absolutely not regret recruiting him. This was the first time he saw the Green Clan team get this bullied by merely 1 person. But, such an astonishing heaven-defying ability has to be a peak ability. Clan head Kir soon frowned as he chatted with his officials. Does that mean he has finally lost his void domain? This explains why we have never seen it ever again after the contest. One of the officials replied. If that's true, then we are still not in the clear yet. Clan head Kir said. Even crystallization beam wasn't enough to install the same level of terror as the void domain after it was used to kill a royal dragon and blow it up akin to a nuke. While the clan head and official were discussing this, Prince Arantis was receiving the most heart-wrenching news he had heard in a very, very long time. Mani, Midgard, and Brumu are dead, they have been killed by the Dragon Slayer. Cursor reported with a numbed expression as he extracted the royal gemstone from Midgard's forehead. Chapter 973. Time for round 2. What are you on about? This isn't the time to make f***ing jokes. Prince Arantis cursed back, not paying too much attention to his report. He was already pissed about that fact that Prince Domino was gaining more ground on Princess Anastasia than him. Son, you are teamless. Hey! Alas, when even his father delivered the same news, Prince Arantis didn't dare to take it lightly anymore. Still, this didn't mean that he had accepted it with an open mind since it was simply too much to take. Don't fight over the ancestral wine jar anymore. Just keep it always on your side and try to steal it when the other two teams fight. The more clan head Azistirth spoke, the uglier Prince Arantis' expression had gotten. He was left with no choice but to accept the reality before him. His team got absolutely f***ed. I will try my best. Prince Arantis replied calmly to his father before snapping furiously at Cursor. How did this f***ing happen? Didn't I tell you to not fight him? He initiated the fight by assassinating Brumu. Cursor shared the summarized version, we couldn't stand by and watch. But, he has used a new abnormal ability that allowed him to crystallize Mani and blow it up to take out Midgard. Upon hearing his report, Prince Arantis wanted to curse him again, but he recognized that they couldn't have played it any other way. He knew that if Felix had targeted the Black Clan team, they would have met with the same ending. After all, it was simply insane to ask his team to not assault Felix after he killed one of them. Tell me all the details about his fight and get your ass over here. Prince Arantis ordered coldly. He understood that he could only adapt to the current handicap he was given and seek a new plan to secure the ancestral wine jar. Dragon Slayer, you have f***ed with the wrong dragon. Prince Arantis narrowed his eyes frigidly as he envisioned Felix's face. Although Felix had taken 3 of his teammates simultaneously, he wasn't terrified of him one bit. An ability capable of crystallizing even dragons, interesting. Prince Domino thought inwardly as he listened to the report of the battle from Greverer. Just like clan head Kirsoon, he also had a strong assumption that Felix must have replaced his void domain with it. Still, it was just an assumption, and he wasn't planning on lowering his guard against the void domain. For now, Prince Domino focused on Princess Anastasia. He had already bridged the distance between them to the point he could see her as a tiny black dot in the distance. Meanwhile, Princess Anastasia was experiencing various emotions. She had just heard from her father that Felix had gotten rid of 3 green dragons and was on his way to assist her. He really fought while outnumbered and won. Princess Anastasia thought with a hopeful tone, maybe, we will really win the ceremony. However, the moment she turned around and saw Prince Domino gunning after her akin to an eagle, she swiftly removed those optimistic thoughts. He will catch up to me in 10 minutes. Princess Anastasia's expression turned for the worst after realizing that Prince Domino was even faster than anyone had anticipated. Guys, where are you at? She asked her teammates. I am right behind Prince Arantis. Forgo replied while eyeing Prince Arantis, who was tens of kilometers away from him. As a previous ceremonial winner, he wasn't to be underestimated one bit, because he was much faster than Tando and Kemd, he had to ditch them far behind. After all, what mattered was reaching Princess Anastasia and protecting her, not keeping a useless formation. I'm a few thousand kilometers away, I will be there in a couple of minutes. Felix replied while traveling at 20 Mach. This made it impossible for the nanodrone to keep up with him. So, it had attached to his body, making the viewers unable to figure out his location. If it was possible to sustain such an astonishing speed, Felix would have reached there even faster. Alas, the railgun ring's boost last barely for a few seconds, so, Felix had to stop himself always after his speed drop significantly and use them again. Doesn't that mean we are left against only the two captains? Tando expressed with a delighted look. Thanks to Felix for baiting the black team far from me and removing the green team from the equation. Princess Anastasia praised. They knew that neither the black team nor the cursor would be able to catch up to them in the next half hour or even an entire hour since they were thousands of kilometers away. Felix really isolated the two captains on his own with a single play. I would rather handle those 8 dragons again than Prince Domino. Felix warned with a stern tone, I have fought him in the first day, and he truly wasn't an opponent that can be handled with simply more numbers. Felix couldn't gloss over the fact that Prince Domino could reach 150k and BF when he gets enraged. He understood that he would get killed by a single punch from such an insane force without proper defenses. I will attempt to slow him down when I reach him. Forgo will deal with Prince Arantis. Felix suggested, Anastasia, you will switch direction to west and group up with Tando and Kemd. I am down for it. Forgo agreed instantly, wanting nothing more but to show those two F***ers that he shouldn't be underestimated. It sounds dangerous for both of you. Princess Anastasia was a bit hesitant to have her two best fighters get caught up against the two strongest dragons in the ceremony. Don't worry, I am just going to annoy the living hell of him. Felix smirked. I will do the same. Forgo supported. Alright, just be careful guys. Princess Anastasia could only agree to the plan since she couldn't think of anything better. As Felix mentioned, it took him barely a minute to catch up to Tando and Kemd. On your left. Felix chuckled as he flew into a bullet next to them. By the time they turned, Felix was already a few kilometers away from them. However, instead of leaving them struggling like this, Felix came to an abrupt halt and manifested 5 railgun rings. Then, he waited for them to arrive. Without questions asked, Tando and Kemd dashed through the rings and received a well-needed boost. Thanks. Much appreciated. Felix continued his journey, heading towards Forgo this time. In a short while, your Uber has arrived. Felix sent a message to Forgo while speeding past him. Uber. Forgo could only go through the newly created railgun rings with clear confusion written on his face. Don't get yourself killed. Felix warned as he eyed him catching up to Prince Arantis. Just mind your damn business. Forgo snapped at him, still a bit upset by Felix stealing his position even though he had shown that he was more deserving of it. Don't beg for my help when things get tough then. Felix shrugged his shoulders and restarted his journey to Princess Anastasia. Because Prince Arantis was on his path, he naturally was bound to cross him. When Felix did so, he didn't spare him even a single glance. You F***ing bastard. Stop right there and fight me. Prince Arantis' veins almost popped out of his neck from pure raging fury in his heart at the sight of Felix ignoring his existence. He had just killed 3 of his teammates, yet he didn't even acknowledge his existence. This had wounded Prince Arantis' pride even more than having his teammates die under his leadership. It doesn't feel good to be ignored, right? Forgo appeared out of nowhere from behind Prince Arantis while swinging a gigantic claw made out of black flames. Whoosh! Prince Arantis evaded it easily even though anger had taken control over his emotions. Piss off! He shouted at Forgo with murderous deadly slits while trying his best to catch up to Felix. Not happening. Forgo sneered while bombarding him with countless big projectiles, forcing Prince Arantis to spend time on maneuvering. This had caused his speed to drop a little, which was Forgo's intentions from initiating this fight. You damned cockroach! Since you want to die so badly, then be it. Abruptly, Prince Arantis switched his direction and came speeding at Forgo with tens of humongous green fireballs revolving around him akin to planets revolving around the sun. Boom boom boom! Not terrified one bit, Forgo manifested his own black fireballs and used them to block Prince Arantis' barrage. Bring it on! Forgo eyed him coldly while sharpening his inflamed claws. Princess Anesthesia thought that Forgo would merely keep annoying Prince Arantis without committing to a blown-out fight, but she was deadly mistaken. While those two had started trading blows, Felix was drawing nearer and nearer to Prince Domino. Before long, he finally managed to spot him. Time for round 2. Felix smiled coldly after seeing Prince Domino turning his head to face him. Chapter 974 Bound to get exhausted. You are here to fight, coward. Prince Domino insulted the moment Felix started flying parallel to him while keeping a safe distance. Nope. Felix answered truthfully while manifesting tens of red gemstone spheres. Before launching them at Prince Domino, he engulfed them in electrical discharges. Phew phew phew. The instant the red spheres reached Prince Domino, they started exploding on their own from the friction with the wind. Obviously, this was nothing before the great Prince Domino, as the explosions were too weak to even slow him down. However, the same didn't apply to the bursts of electrical discharges released after the explosions, covering Prince Domino's scaled body. The scales did their job perfectly and stopped the electricity from causing him any harm. But Felix had made them packed with voltage to the point, even Prince Domino felt tingling sensation of paralyze throughout his entire skin. Still, this was nothing but a foiled attempt to harm Prince Domino. But Felix merely wanted to irritate him as much as possible. He kept doing so until Prince Domino finally snapped. Annoying bastard! Abruptly, Prince Domino turned to Felix and retaliated by showering him in projectiles. Felix avoided them as well without losing much of his speed. However, because of Prince Domino's crazy external manipulation range, he managed to turn those projectiles around and target Felix's wide-open back when he least expected. Boom boom boom! Quick on his feet, Felix flapped his wings backward, creating a thunderous burst of shockwave that caused the projectiles to get hurled far away from them. The moment they left Prince Domino's external range, they disappeared into black particles. Though, this maneuver had caused Felix to stop, allowing Prince Domino gain more distance at Princess Anesthesia. Shit, he is dangerously close to her. Felix swiftly got back on the chase, knowing that he had to take drastic measures to keep Prince Domino's attention on him. Since projectiles were useless and he didn't dare to repeat the same tactics in their previous fights, Felix was forced to steel his guts and charge at Prince Domino. Prince Domino was startled to see Felix's activeness in approaching him, as he thought that he wouldn't dare get close to him again after their previous fight. Since you are handing your head over, I won't be polite. Prince Domino didn't hesitate to turn around and meet with Felix midway. Clying. After their first clash, Felix ended up getting pushed back slightly even though his size was tripled. As long as Prince Domino wasn't enraged, Felix could handle him in a closed battle as they were pretty much equal. Cling! Cling! The viewers could only watch them trading blows with widened eyes in elation, not expecting to be feasting on such an advanced level of melee combat. Neither Felix nor Prince Domino were gaining grounds on each other, as Felix's size manipulation had boosted his physical strength to even surpass him by a bit. But because Felix had already reached his imposed mortal limits on his physical strength, the boost received from his size manipulation was being reduced significantly over time. As a simple analogy, when Felix had gotten size manipulation, he could be considered as an empty water bottle. By doubling his size or tripling it, the water bottle get filled by quarter or half. If he decided to go all out, he can even fill the entire bottle. But now, Felix had already filled the water bottle on his own without size manipulation, thus, any kind of enhancements he gets from it would merely spill over the tip. Doubling 1 kbf wasn't the same as doubling 100k by simply growing 2 timers bigger, it was common sense. Anasucha, change directions now! Felix yelled. When Princess Anesthesia turned around and spotted those two trading blows, she knew that was her perfect opportunity to group up with her teammates. Don't commit with that monster! Princess Anesthesia warned while changing her direction to west. Kemd and Tendo were already going in the same direction to meet her midway. As long as you die here, it wouldn't matter much where she went. Prince Domino sneered coldly after he noticed Princess Anastasia's new pathway. He had already made up his mind to finish Felix first and deal with the ancestral wine jar later. Cling cling. However, Felix didn't turn up to be an easy opponent to be overwhelmed by his physical strength, making him unable to injure him even though he was going all out. The fact that Felix was committed to only defense made it close to impossible to take an advantage of an opening. Flames field. Prince Domino decided to rely on his flames, knowing that Felix would be forced to use his Dampkanite's exoskeleton to survive through the flames. This would in turn reduce his speed and flexibility significantly. Crap! Felix knew that he would be put in a horrible situation if he went for the Dampkanite's exoskeleton. So, he decided to pull away from Prince Domino until he turned off his flames field. You ain't going nowhere. Prince Domino had no intentions of allowing Felix to walk away after getting this close to him. However, just as he attempted to give a chase, he was contacted by his father, Arantis is drawing closer to Princess Anastasia. Meanwhile, Felix had received a different but familiar news from Princess Anastasia. I just heard from father that Prince Arantis has killed Forgo. Felix was startled by the news, not expecting that his prediction would come true and so soon. That idiot really got himself killed after all that bravado. Felix was quite pissed by Forgo's ending as it had affected his team's chances to win the ceremony. He didn't give a shit about his death since he never had a good impression of him. But, he still thought of him as a useful asset. Now that he had gotten himself killed, Prince Arantis was left unwatched and was gunning after Princess Anastasia. Felix understood that even if she grouped with her teammates now, they wouldn't help much since they were white dragons too. I have to get there and back her up. Fortunately for Felix, Prince Domino seemed to have changed his priority back to the ancestral wine jar after this sudden development. He didn't care if Princess Anastasia gotten far with the ancestral wine jar since he was confident to catch her in those 5 days. But, he wasn't confident to do the same with Prince Arantis. Whoosh whoosh. Without any words exchanged, both Felix and Prince Arantis separated and flew at their top speed to west. With Felix's monstrous speed, he managed to catch up to Prince Arantis on his way. This time, Felix didn't go past him, wanting to see if Forgo had at least injured him before getting killed. He really did some work on him. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise after noticing many brutal grievous wounds on Prince Arantis. Felix could already envision Forgo and Prince Arantis going all out on each other without a single care about their health. You want a piece of this too? Prince Arantis said coldly as he eyed Felix. He looked to have his anger vented completely on Forgo as he didn't make any drastic moves on Felix even though he was quite close to him. You aren't worth my time. Felix flew past him after leaving this remark, knowing that Prince Arantis' wounds would heal in no time. So, he didn't want to get himself entangled in another messy fight, especially when Prince Domino was right behind them. We will see who will have the last laugh. Prince Arantis said while tracing Felix's back with a murderous look. I am here. Felix announced with a faint smile after finally reaching Princess Anastasia. I have never thought I would be this happy to see your face again. Princess Anastasia sighed in relief as she approached Felix. After the unexpected death of Forgo, she was truly worried about losing Felix too. Let's go. Felix narrowed his eyes while manifested 5 railguns rings. We will be dragging this for the next 5 days as much as possible. I'm under your care. Understanding what he meant, Princess Anastasia entered the rings and was followed closely by Felix. When their speed falls significantly, Felix repeat the same process. Naturally, he always get injected with purified energy from Asna to sustain his multiple uses of the railgun rings and gemstone abilities. If this was in the games, he wouldn't have dared to spam those kinds of abilities. Before long, Felix and Princess Anastasia had reached Chemd and Tando. He also helped them boost their speed to stay in a single formation. This ceremony is ours. One of the White Clan officials said with a thrilled expression. Just like him, the rest of the White Clan royal dragons were all starting to feel optimistic about their clan's team. Something they had never done before. As much as they hated to admit it, they knew that it wouldn't have been possible without Felix. Meanwhile, the Black and Green clans were starting to get antsy, especially when the distance between the White Clan team and their teams was growing bigger and bigger. Can't they win by just going in circles around the dimensional pocket? A Green Clan official asked. If it was just the Dragon Slayer on his own, then he might really pull it off. Green Clan head sneered, it's just a wishful thinking of him to believe that he can keep boosting his entire team's speed for the next 5 days straight without exhausting himself. Chapter 975 Turning a dirty method into a rightful one. Clan head Azastirtha's prediction ended up manifesting faster than anticipated. It took merely an entire day before Felix started to exhibit signs of mental exhaustion. Felix found no issues with his elemental capacity since he could easily fill it up with energy stones and Asna's help. However, he couldn't do the same with his mind. After all, it took immense concentration to create the railgun rings and also boost objects' speed. Felix was boosting 5 bodies at each time with mere minutes of break in between to keep the distance unreachable by his chasers. Doing this for more than 24 hours had taken a great toll on his mind and he felt like his concentration was falling apart. Guys, I can't do this any longer. Felix came clean, I can either take a long break without using the railgun rings for the next hours, or we can split up. Anastasia and his teammates nodded in understanding. Felix was simply telling them that he couldn't keep up with all 3 of them at once. In other words, Kemt and Tando had to split up from the team if they wanted to alleviate some of his fatigue. As for taking hours without using his railgun rings, that wasn't a good option since it would allow the green and black teams to catch up to them quickly. We will try to always catch up to you, Tando said. You guys be careful too. Princess Anastasia warned with a stern tone. You worry too much. Kemt smiled wryly. No one will bother wasting time on us. As much as they hate to admit it, they knew that their existence in this ceremony was to simply keep the team's identity intact. It wouldn't make sense for the White Clan to feel honored by winning the ceremony if 4 of their team members were from other clans. After Kemt and Tando left the team, Felix had a much easier time managing the railgun rings. With a mere 1-hour break in between, he always gets back to tiptoe form, helping him extend the distance. This carried on for the next 3 days, putting the 2 clans into utter despair. 1 day left and the distance is simply unbridgeable with that bastard's abuse of his ability. Prince Arantis growled in anger. There is nothing much to be done. Even Prince Domino is struggling. Cursor sighed while flying by his side. I will be damned to let the ceremony end in this manner. What do you suggest? If we can't win fairly, then let's play dirty. Prince Arantis said coldly, follow me, we have work to do. Cursor could only oblige even when he had a bad feeling about his sinister plan. Inside the ruins, Kemt and Tando could be seen searching buildings carefully for bloodline treasures. Since they were pretty much useless in the chase, they might as well help the team enlarge the bloodline treasures pool. Unbeknownst to them, Prince Arantis and Cursor had just entered the ruins for their sake only. They are on the western side underneath 2 destroyed rubble. Clan head Azastirth informed. The moment he noticed his son's change of path, he knew exactly what he was up to. Instead of condemning him, he supported his decision. In a few moments, Prince Arantis and Cursor arrived at the 2 destroyed rubble. With a single glance with their infrared vision, they spotted Kemt and Tando, digging through the rocks. Break them! Prince Arantis ordered coldly. Cursor went inside the rubble for a few short seconds before explosions and destruction noises started to echo throughout the ruins. It didn't take Cursor even a couple of minutes before he got out of the rubble with both Kemt and Tando captured in his big giant black hands. Their conditions were miserable. If they were conscious, they could have easily healed themselves back to top-notch. Alas, the pain of their souls getting devoured was simply too much. forcing them to pass out. When the viewers saw that they were leaving the ruins while having those two tied up, they guessed their motives immediately. He wouldn't dare. Clan head Kirsoon said frigidly as he eyed Prince Arantis' father. Watch him. Clan head Azistirth replied indifferently. Without an ounce of hesitation, Prince Arantis reached out to Princess Anastasia and threatened, "We have your teammates captured. You have 2 hours to meet us at the ruins in exchange for their lives. 1 minute late, and they will be headless." Oh no! Princess Anastasia's expression turned for the worst after hearing his damning message. Is there a problem? Felix wondered. That shameless bastard Arantis is using Kemd and Tando as hostages. Hey! He can do that? Felix was taken aback. The last thing he expected to see in this ceremony was a hostage situation. After all, they were royal dragons. In his eyes, their pride should make it impossible for them to even consider using such a cheap and dirty method. He wasn't wrong in the slightest. The viewers were just as bewildered and pissed off as him, especially the spectating dragons. What af asterisk embarrassment! A direct heir and dares to use such an insulting method. Are the Green Clan this desperate? How can they even hold their heads if they won in this manner? Nothing like this has occurred before. It just has to happen when the entire universe is watching. No one was pleased with Prince Arantis' taunt. Even the Green Royal Dragons had a very strong reaction against it since it directly affected their pride. Unfortunately for them, Prince Arantis was too deep in his insanity to bother with his pride or his clan's pride anymore. He just didn't want the White Clan to win, specifically, Felix. What do we do? Princess Anastasia asked with an agitated expression. Of course, we ignore it. Felix said calmly. Kemd and Tando understood the dangers and risks involved in the ceremony. If they got caught or killed, it will be on them. Felix wasn't close enough to Kemd and Tando for him to care that much about their lives. Throughout the past 6 days, they were useless and just here for numbers. He refused to allow them to *ck his hard work to secure the ceremony. God knows he worked like a dog to carry this useless team for the sake of getting those ancestral scales. Unfortunately, he wasn't the captain. I know what you are feeling, but I just can't allow those two to die under my leadership when I can save them. Princess Anastasia smiled bitterly. We might lose the ceremony. Felix frowned. Are you okay with that? I'm not. Princess Anastasia shook her head, but, I refuse to celebrate winning it if I had to sacrifice my teammates' lives for it. This was the difference between Princess Anastasia and the other two captains. She was too much of a softie. If it was Prince Domino or Prince Arantis, they wouldn't hesitate to curse the hostage holder and block him. As you command, I guess. Felix sighed with a frustrated look while turning around, changing his direction to the ruins. When the viewers saw this, they didn't know if they should curse Prince Arantis even more or sympathize with the White Clan team. Only 22 hours left and they were rocking it. Alas, everything had to crush down when they least expected it. In less than an hour, Felix and Princess Anastasia had arrived at the ruins. It didn't take them long to locate Prince Arantis and Cursor. I knew you would come. Prince Arantis smiled. And I never knew you will stoop this low. Princess Anastasia chided, you think our ancestor will be pleased by your shenanigans? Yes. Prince Arantis said confidently, I have done nothing wrong here, no matter how you try to spin it around. Is it my fault you chose 2 weaklings in your team? Is it my fault you ditched them to further your victory chances? Is it my fault that I have decided to be nice and allow you to rescue them? I can kill them right now and no one will dare complain about it. I expect as much after my team got butchered by that bastard and no one said anything about it. The more the viewers heard, the more reasonable it gets. Why do I feel like it's the White Clan's fault? Sure, it is their fault. They ditched their teammates on a battlefield. They can't come back complaining when they get caught or killed. True. Sure, he still used those two as hostages, but he shouldn't be held responsible for it since the White Clan team decided to separate from each other, knowing that those two would be sitting ducks. Prince Arantis was in his full right to kill those two immediately as revenge against his dead teammates. But, he decided to use them as a way to gain the ancestral wine jar. It was up to Princess Anastasia to agree to save her teammates or not. With a mere few sentences, Prince Arantis changed the entire narrative, making him appear less of a villain and more of an executor of his rights. Well played, well played. Felix eyed him coldly, knowing that nothing they said could help them win back the public view.